All right.
Okay, so when we last left off, we finished off the night, and Ty, I believe you got the recap.
I do. So I'm still trying to feel out Junior a bit, so I'm
Sure.
whichever. But anyway, so I've titled it "Ode to Toilette." So another moonlit endeavor, another night wading through the incompetence of my so-called allies. What is destined to become? What is destined to become? I do digress on this elephant trail. Well, as the Camarilla's iron grip weakens in this metropolis, they yet fail to notice the fractures beneath their polished facades. Nosferatu, Bouchard, led us towards new lair, a rusted tomb of collapsing doors and mortal blood. Stench of desperation lingering in the air. Hard to tell which with these winds, if that's Ward's or Bouchard's. Of course, Coterie stumbled like blind men through the dark, Quaid proving timid but clever as ever, and Matthias wielding his knives like a flaccid, brutish thug. By the end, mortals lay scattered like broken dolls, and Bouchard himself left charred and somewhat intact. What kind of smoke and mirrors was this show? I've seen slicker snake oil salesmen. But the true intrigue came after. Prince's mysterious disappearance. Old news to some. I get it. Keep your enemies close. But take your fucking secrets to the grave. Knowledge to others can easily be a liability. Sheriff muttered about investigations, but the truth is clear. Princes may have been called to the Middle East by the beckoning, or so the Sheikh Vizier, a pitiable pawn of the Tremere, would have us believe. The rumors of Gehenna War are too deliciously convenient, though. No prince vanishes without leaving a ripple, and these waters are murky indeed. Well, Vivian grows restless, slipping deeper into distrust, while Quaid and Matthias flail to interrogate Bouchard about Tremere movements in the Bronx. They play at subtlety, but the Nosferatu are slippery shits, shifting blame to the Seneschal with practiced ease. Meanwhile, whispers of the Banu Hakim entering the city circulate, causing tensions to simmer between the Tremere and the Camarilla leadership. I, of course, see the opportunity. Alliances can be unraveled, given the right pull of the thread, and with the riot in the mix, I'm sure some whispers may never be heard. Well, our jaunt to Queens proved little clarity, but much amusement. The venture primogen, Eden, fretted over Dubai oil futures and denied any involvement in the prince's fate. Still, her disdain for the Tremere was palpable, another crack in their precious hierarchy. And so, chaos brews in the Bronx. Gangrel anarchs clashing against police stations and explosions lighting the night. I watch and wait. The Camarilla's foundations are shaking, and soon the time will come to show my coterie that independence from this crumbling order is their only salvation. With a little tickle to the right spot, any flaccid dick can get hard to fuck what's needed. For our coterie, maybe just need the right guy to lead them into the light, or perhaps the shadows, so long as those reins are kept far from Quaid with his ode to Toilette. That's the recap.
Very colorful, as usual. And so you guys made it back to your haven. Speaking of which, I haven't heard Michael yet. Do we have a Quaid?
Yeah, we did.
He was here.
Maybe he stepped away for a minute, like we were talking before you popped on.
Fair. Nope.
Oh.
Nope.
I guess we'll hear him in a minute.
And then
No, he's probably just realizing that he's been talking this entire time. No one's heard him.
God bless Discord.
Still don't hear you, Michael.
Check.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah.
He's live.
Welcome back to the living,
My
ironically.
microphone's sitting for me. I have no idea why.
All right. Well, so now we have everybody here, and everyone's equipment is working. So let's see, where was I here? Looking at something. There it is. So the coterie goes into a restless sleep after the events of the previous night. Back at your at the Bar Haven Hotel casino thing.
Casino.
I forget the name of what we call it. Whorehouse, fucking all sorts of shit going on there. One of these times I will remember the name. And why don't we do a round of rouse checks?
Damn it.
Easy.
So some of you's slumber is more restless than others. For Matthias, the stress of the previous night, the pressures of the clan, and your duties leave you awakening hungrier. The gnawing hunger at your stomach, or wherever blood goes these days. Wait a second. Oh, wait, no, that was Michael just appeared. So, yes, whereas, Orion and Vivian, you're relatively unplussed. Your slumber is much more restful. Junior, the word of your brethren in Harlem has no doubt affected you. And Quaid, I don't know why it's bothering you.
What is bothering me?
The events of the previous night. What has disturbed your slumber? Regardless of which, who rises first? What's the usual routine of people awakening?
I think it would depend on if I have any appointments or not. If not, I probably would be pretty lax about it.
I have 3 points in finance, so I feel like I'd probably be the first one to rise. Counting tills, talking to customers, getting things ready for the nighttime.
My focus usually on Rise is to get in touch with my herd in my shop, just to make sure everything's copacetic before I kind of start talking with anyone else.
I too would rise probably with Vivian as the just upbringing was proper
Junior-
timing.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just asking if Junior stayed with us or went back to his shop.
Either or. Probably stay with you guys, considering a bit of the events. He is, although he can take care of himself, he's definitely not a in-your-face tough guy.
Yeah.
Quaid tends to rise early, and he tries to feed early if he can.
Okay, well, we'll give it to Vivian this time around. Vivian, you awaken, get yourself ready, check your messages, because usually they'll text you if there's something wrong, and your workers would, text you the night's pull.
Yep. Keep the update on everything. Making sure everything's still working properly. Make sure, the house hasn't burnt down in our sleep.
Well, it hasn't. But when you do awaken, as you're getting yourself put together and whatnot, there's a knock on your door.
Well, I'm in my room.
Well, yeah, I'm assuming you have your own room.
Okay. I'm gonna make sure I have everything on, and I'm gonna open the door and go, hello?
Jill, one of the waitresses, from downstairs, is staying there, looking a little bit confused, kind of wiping her hands on her dirty apron,
Everything all right?
and she's got a receipt pad in her hand. Yeah. Sorry, this is weird. There's somebody here to see the bosses, I guess.
All of them?
I guess. I don't know. He's downstairs. He's just had a request, and I'm just here passing the message.
Who is this person?
She's kind of squints and looks at the notepad. Key? Key? Well, I guess. I know. Sounds foreign. I don't know.
Tell him I'll be down in a few minutes. Get him something to drink while he's waiting.
We offered him a beer. He refused.
Okay. Thank you.
He said you know what this is about.
Do I
He
know what
just
this
kind of
is about?
shrugs. I don't know, do you?
I do not. I'm gonna go wake up everyone, make sure everyone's up and they can talk to them together. I assume they wanted to see all of us.
I mean, it's up to you.
I'll come out of my corner of the world and go, did I just hear who's here?
I don't know. Do you want to come down and talk to me? It's gonna take a while to raise everyone.
Who was at the door? What was the message?
Do you know what this is about?
What was the name again? I didn't quite hear it from back here.
What was the name, Troy?
I mean, this is a shit you need to keep track of. Key or something like that. Something foreign.
Sorry, I just didn't hear you say it. Key. Does that ring a bell?
I don't know, does it?
Qui,
No,
like
I'm asking Matthias.
Oh, sorry.
Qui,
Qui.
the sheriff of New York. Yeah, it rings a bell.
I didn't remember that. Oh, maybe I
Yeah.
gotta make it. Well, get everyone down.
Make sure everyone's up and presentable.
I'm gonna head downstairs to talk to him. Make sure he's in a good mood.
He's not.
He's never is.
That Arrested Development voice. He was not.
He was not. I'll be down a minute later after nudging everyone and making sure everyone's moving. That the sheriff's in downstairs.
All right. Does that, rise everyone and get them their asses moving, or like what's the response here?
Does to Junior. Junior's interested to see what the fuck's going on and why is he here.
Your guess is as good as mine.
What about Quaid and Orion?
Yeah,
I mean, I
I
think-
way downstairs.
Yeah, make sure everyone's up.
I'm downstairs already.
All right, so the group of you get yourselves put together and you make your way down. Or is it downstairs or upstairs?
Upstairs, I thought, because we all slept downstairs.
We stepped downstairs.
Yeah,
Yep, I forgot about that.
I'm just not sure because we haven't really decided on the look of this place yet.
Upstairs is an office and like a changing room. Downstairs is behind a false wall is the coven, the coterie sleeping quarters.
Okay.
That checks out.
So You guys make your way upstairs, past the storage area where the beer kegs are and, the liquor and all that kind of good stuff. And whatever sneaky hidey shit you guys want to store down there. And the bar is open. There's various people in here. It's not like hopping, like it's like a shift change at the local warehouses and whatnot. People are obviously drinking heavily. And whatnot. And at the end of the bar, sitting on a stool, kind of leaning against the bar, impatiently, cigarette smoke kind of hanging low over him, is the sheriff, who looks watching the crowd rather annoyedly.
Oh, as we walk up, I'll wave to him and then kind of guide him to the office upstairs, away from the public.
Okay. He follows you guys up the stairs, up to the office. What does this office look like?
Right now, it's run of the mill, like bookshelves of bookkeeping, some alcohol bottles, just decent sized desk with a laptop for work, and nothing too fancy for the location it's in. Big enough for everyone to be not uncomfortably scrunched into a room. There's a couple chairs in front, a couch on the side, and just random art on the wall. Nothing extraordinary. It matches the theme of the neighborhood.
All right. So the group of you make your way upstairs and kind of find seating or standing, whichever you prefer. The sheriff pulls up a chair to the desk and sits down, his fingers twitching at his side unconsciously. I appreciate you taking the time to see me. And his eyes focus on Matthias.
How can we help?
I intended to seek counsel with your sire this evening, but her messengers have been, her servants have been giving my messengers the runaround.
Have you not
I
had
understand she's very busy,
Indeed.
but Prince Panhard would never leave me waiting.
And so you come here asking for me to squeeze you in?
In light of recent events, I mean, to make it happen would be probably wise. But
out of
it's
curiosity,
of little importance, really.
I can definitely reach out and make that happen. I'm just curious because our meeting the other night, we were after, well, the debacle at the docks. We were all supposed to be there, but you weren't.
I had business.
Okay. I understand you are a very busy man. If you would give me a few minutes, I will make a call and see if we can take care of this situation promptly.
It can wait.
All right.
The reason I'm here is to follow up on the events of the last night or two. Particularly, his eyes kind of scan the group of you. Your involvement. It has a particular interest to me.
Well, our involvement was arriving to quite a ruckus by our target from the night before. Assuming you had the one in chains in that station.
He looks rather bored. Almost like when a child is trying to tell a mother a lie. He's got that expression on his face. The expression of the mother, not the child.
I figured that. We probably are as surprised as much as you are. In fact, I took a chest of buckshot last night from the anarchists trying to catch the grim. What is it? What is the brain fart?
Gangrel.
The gangrel. Thank you. The gangrel from escaping.
This stare continues as he just listens.
We were arriving. The gangrel. We almost ran over. Hit the hood of the car. Locked eyes. Knew it instantly. He darted to the alley, followed by our target, which a few of us can account for. Jumped out and started chasing afoot. I drove around to block off the alley on the next block. As I come out to try to pin the gangrel down, I got a chest full of buckshot for my thanks, and then he was thrown over his shoulder and disappeared. I believe Orion tracked him for a while until on foot. Correct me if I'm wrong, he stole a car and then he was gone.
Orion will just nod.
Then we went back to the station, as I believe Junior was trying to check in on the station and you.
Junior nods as Matthias is saying this.
We picked him up, and as time was not really in our favor, we decided to retire to the coterie and lick our wounds, or my wounds. And now we find you here at our doorstep when we arise.
As we were arriving at the station, there's an explosion. Then we see the gangrel run out, pursued by Ward. My initial thought was that Ward had broken him out, but the gangrel seemed to be in abject fear, running for his life from him, whatever that means.
He did beg me to save him from Ward, but Ward wasn't playing around and wouldn't dare
And,
discuss anything. He
and yeah,
shot me, grabbed him, and left.
Junior's
see.
nodding in agreement with what they're saying.
So you've got it all figured out, have you? Got your story straight?
that's what
Do you want to
happened.
show him the bullet wounds?
I just unbuttoned one
I'm
button.
going to remind you. Allow me to give you a bit of a suggestion, if I can be so bold.
Please.
You're new to the jihad. I haven't asked a question yet. And yet you've spilled your guts on any possible thing that's happened.
Well, you are the sheriff.
Indeed, and I appreciate it. However, I haven't asked a question yet. So I can't help but wonder how forward you would be to anyone who asked you a question.
I will be as forward as I need to be with those whom I trust.
Trust is a precarious thing these nights.
Yes, it is.
Excellent. And he kind of stands up, pulls out a notepad out of his pocket, and kind of his eyes scanning it very quickly as if he's refreshing himself on some notes. Allow me to get to the actual question now, before you start defending yourself against things I haven't accused you of. when we confronted Ward during the blood hunt, and he's kind of paces around in a circle in front of everyone, he stops in front of Quaid. He went after you first. I'd go as far to say as he picked you out of the group specifically.
No,
Then he
I
took
had
the time to throw you from the explosion. And it has been suggested to me that this may be on purpose.
when we went in on the raid, I went in obfuscated, low crawling, with the mercenaries firing through the door. I moved up. There was an office with a glass window on the first floor. I peeked in there. There were two guys in there.
Let me
One
stop you
of
right
them
now.
was
I don't care. Is anything that I've said incorrect?
Michael kind of or Junior takes a step back and gives a little discerning eye towards Quaid.
As is Matthias, looking at him with an eyebrow just peaked.
What is it you're asking me, Sheriff?
Exactly what I said.
He spoke to me. He called me by name, which I found very curious at the time.
As
I
do my
remarked on
people.
I remarked on it later, and someone, I'm not sure who it was, said that I was a member of the coterie. And I glanced at Matthias, and that we likely are rather well known to those in kindred society. Whether we have any particular reason to be or not. I don't know,
So
Ward. It's the
what you're saying
first time
is
I've ever laid eyes on the
nothing
guy.
I've said is incorrect.
I'm saying I have no connection.
There are those that think differently.
Well, it's kindred society. Everyone distrusts everyone else. Everyone has plots within plans.
I'm well aware.
Quaid shrugs.
But coincidences are rarely coincidences.
I don't know. I have a hard time discerning Nosferatu from one another. They're all ugly as fuck. I thought I was ugly.
He kind of turns and stares at you with a raised eyebrow.
Yeah. Junior slowly lowers his head.
Quaid snickers.
I wouldn't be so free with that tongue, considering your position within the city.
Junior nods, looking down.
Now, Mr. Quaid,
Yes, Sheriff.
through, and he glances back at Matthias. The reason for my absence yesterday was me running the background check on you. And everyone in this coterie. I'm sure you can understand after the evidence presented before me.
Matthias
Just
just
standard
nods.
procedure stuff. Cross-referencing with the anarchs who recently left the Camarilla and such. And fortunately for you, It appears that no one in this coterie and Mr. Ward have any history or connection. Thus far. But it's interesting that you mention so freely the events of last evening, where Mr. Ward is spotted once again, and you're there.
We were there at your request, if I remember correctly.
Indeed, but you must admit that the timing is.
Coincidental.
The timing is impeccable as
Is
us
suspect.
to arrive to an explosion and people running from that.
Or did you arrive a few minutes before and drop Mr. Ward off and take him away afterwards?
Speculate
Do
all
you have
you
evidence
want.
of this, or are you just making claims?
Do
We
I
arrived-
need evidence?
There
I
is
didn't
no
require-
evidence. It didn't happen.
I didn't know I required to prove it in front of a court of law. I'm merely pointing it out because there are those that I report to that have questions.
I would point this out. We arrived together. So if this happened, you're accusing the entire coterie of this treachery.
I didn't realize I'd placed an accusation.
Whatever you're implying, Sheriff.
I'm merely
dancing.
pointing out the obvious.
The obvious is that you have to investigate every possibility, and I understand that, however uncomfortable I am with getting the colonoscopy. But it doesn't change the facts that none of that shit happened.
The facts
Period.
are, here are the facts. The facts are you have to have evidence to prove your innocence, not vice versa.
That's awful hard to prove a negative, Sheriff.
I would agree with that, which is why you're not all dead right now.
The only reason we've had anything to do with Robert Ward was at your behest. Had you not contacted us and sent us either night, I would not have seen the man. I don't know the man. I was doing what I was asked by the Seneschal of New York and the Sheriff of New York, and I thought, as a member of the Camarilla, it was what I was by God supposed to do. And I talked to you freely because you were the person who commanded that, and any intelligence gathered should rightfully come to you. And it's as simple as that. And if you don't like it, I'll just keep my mouth shut and not tell you what I see.
Well, I would strongly advise that you do keep your mouth shut.
I would not discuss these matters as I would with you to anyone else. Save perhaps the Seneschal?
Probably a good idea,
Yeah, it's what I'm thinking.
considering
Bush-
when I
probably
handed
Bush-
my reports, they go to people,
Yeah.
and those people are looking for a head to hang.
Yeah. Everybody's always looking for a fall guy. We're young, of no particular value to most people. You know, I have no idea what the politics are. I'm a babe in the woods.
Things are complex. Some people are not thrilled, and he glances at Matthias, with your sire running things in the absence of the prince.
Not many options.
There's a whole city full of options. Make no mistake.
May I ask a question, Sheriff?
Yes, of course.
Were the prince here Would there have been a blood hunt on Robert Ward?
It's not my place to say. And it's not that I'm
Was-
avoiding the question. It truly is not my place to say. The prince decides what the crimes are and whether or not they are worthy of destruction.
Quaid nods. But this was an officially sanctioned, ordered blood hunt on Ward. Am I correct?
Well, yes, I participated.
Well, it seems obvious, but establishing the facts.
So, yesterday evening, when you ran into Mr. Ward, and he looks back at Matthias, you say that he shot you,
And nod at him.
but he didn't take the time to finish you off.
Interesting fact, isn't it? To
The
the
question
chip.
becomes why.
That is indeed what I would like to know. As in, he could have easily taken it off my head. As you say, he finished it. But he put it in a spot that would hurt, but not be detrimental.
So he purposely spared you. You understand how that could look on the outside.
Yes, I do.
He went past at a high rate of speed, and he put a load of buckshot into his chest as he went by, and he never slowed down. It may be as simple as that he was looking to escape.
Well, tell me about the gangrel, but his demeanor.
Scared shitless and afraid of Ward.
Was he afraid of me or Ward?
Ward.
Lord.
If he hadn't pissed
Gibbering.
himself, he was about
He
to.
was gibbering, he was begging, he was crying, he was running. He seemed scared to death.
Hmm.
And that's the same gangrel that attacked Bouchard out front after Ward had escaped the initial.
I'm well aware. Afraid of Robert, I don't know why I'm surprised. Robert's grown quite cold since he defected. You see, and he goes back and sits down in the chair, lounging a bit, like he's relaxing a slight bit. The anarchs claim to be all about peace and unity. But when you strip away all the bullshit and nonsense, they're only interested in tearing down the establishment and ruling by fear. I guess we won't know for sure. Excuse me. I guess we won't know for sure until I manage to catch the prisoner again. Or I get Ward to confess.
You won't find any anarchy sympathy here, if that's what you're getting at.
This is me. This is a courtesy. Just me covering my bases.
Are you satisfied with your findings here?
I am. I can't say that others will be.
Having your understanding will help aid that.
You think so?
You are the sheriff of New York.
You think that matters?
To some.
Matters to us.
All that matters is that I am the tool of the prince, or the acting prince.
Yes. And so down the food chain are we to you.
But there are those who will view me simply as a tool of the prince. And he kind of stands up, straightens out his suit. I think that covers everything. He looks back at Matthias. If you see your sire before I do, please let her know, politely, that I wish to speak with her.
I will inform her soon, as we would like to speak to her, or I would.
Bureaucracy. He kind of shrugs. And the door to the office flies open. And a young woman runs in. A woman you know. Haven't seen her but a couple nights ago. And you've seen her several times in the city. She's roughly your age in vampiric years. Jordan. And she runs in just like, hey,
Jordan?
you gotta come quick. One of my visions came true.
Excuse you?
Junior rolls his eyes.
You gotta come. It's true. It happened. I've still got it. And then she looks at Key and just kind of, her mouth just opens and shuts a couple times. Just, hi, Sheriff.
The door was closed for a reason, Jordan.
It's
Jordan?
not that important. She looks at the sheriff. It's not that important.
Jordan, honey, can you go wait at the bar?
It's important.
Now.
Jordan,
And
wait downstairs.
And Key is kind of like, Miss Tremblay, a vision, you say? She's like, yes.
At this point, he just sticks a waiver forward, and whoever's closest to the door, he'll just kind of motion to close the door behind her.
Junior shuts the door, stands in front of it now.
Jordan,
It's
sit,
a big one.
sit, please.
She's just kind of, she looks like really jittery. Almost like an addict. Is it quite one of a vivid air?
Go on.
What about Miss Mayor?
Well, I found her wandering the streets downtown.
In your vision?
No. She had no idea who she was or how she got there. At first, I thought, like, looking at her, that she must have been like a mortal, like a drug addict or something like that. But it was her. So I drove her back to her place, and her butler was just a mess. He was just beside himself. He said that she had run at the door like a wild animal. But I saw that when I was slumbering as well. Do we sleep? Is that what that is? But I saw the same thing, which is why I went looking.
So you're saying
Quaid's watching Queeg.
He's just watching her, like, totally expressionless.
was this last night, or did you arise and find her? Moments.
I woke up and I went looking for her. Well, in the area where I saw in the vision, and I saw her, and it was her. It was actually her. Not all my visions are really exciting or important. You know, half the times they're just like about like mortals living their normal lives. But this one stood out.
As it should. It's Vivian Mayer you're speaking of.
Where did you last see her?
I assume that's Queen.
Yeah. I left her back at her house. But I wasn't sure who to go to.
Huh.
I thought you might have some idea on who I should talk to, with you being a member of her clan and all that.
You said her butler was disheveled.
Oh, he was not disheveled. He was just kind of upset. That's a better word. He was upset.
At Vivian? Or...
No, he said that she had woken up and, he was doing his normal routine or whatever. I know what butlers do. What do butlers do? Do you know what butlers do?
Yes.
They butler.
They butler.
They buttle, sir.
But anyways, I guess he helps her get ready and that kind of thing, and she just shoved him aside and ran through the door. So he was understandably upset. This was unusual, I guess. I know I've never had a butler, so I guess it's unusual.
Did you have anything else in your vision? Or was this just her wandering the streets and you woke up to find her wandering the streets?
She couldn't remember who she was.
Did your vision show anything else?
Nothing important, really. Like, it was raining. It is raining. And, people, like, the city being a city, like,
What was Miss...
nothing that stood out.
What was Miss Mayer wearing?
Like, semi-fashionable clothes, but they weren't right. I know, like, it wasn't like... It was like she had literally just woken up. Like, maybe they're her pajamas. I don't know. I've never been rich, so I don't know what kind of pajamas rich people wear. I just don't know.
Matthias looks at Queen and expressionless. Is this something you would like to take on? Or should I?
I'm concerned.
As am I.
That a Von Troop Primogen is wandering the streets and doesn't remember who she is. But this information does not leave this room.
Agreed.
So I suggest we all go take a look. I would hate to see the Von Troop clan embarrassed.
As would I. I'll pick up the phone and call a car service and ask for like a navigator. That'll fit us all.
All right. They're sending 10 minutes. It's New York. It won't take long.
All right, I'll be here in 10 minutes.
Well, Miss Tremblay, you'll be coming with us. And she's kind of like, she looks nervous, looking at Key.
Junior kind of burls his top lip for a split second at that.
When is the last time anyone here saw Miss Mayer?
Last night, before I spoke to you on the phone.
And what was she like?
Her typical self.
More details.
Astute, very quick, dismissive, and bothered that we showed up at her house, and very much herself.
The painting of her does her justice with her beauty and her age.
She kind of nods.
She was very much the harpy as we all know her to be. And
She was annoyed.
Very much unsurprising. And I'm glad that you told me, because I would have found out regardless. I would hate to. What did you discuss with her?
She was the last person to be sighted with the prince.
He just nods.
According to her,
He pulls out his notepad and makes a couple notes and keeps making notes while you speak.
she was annoyed because we aren't the only ones to ask her of it.
Who else asked her?
She did not name names. She said we were the 6th to ask.
Fifth one that day.
And she thought because we were young that it was all rumor. And she was bothered by it.
And nothing stood out in the conversation as anything odd or wrong.
No. She was dismissive. We interrupted a gathering she had.
Who was at the gathering?
We were led into a separate wing of the house. We were waiting for some time before she broke away and came in and spoke with us.
That doesn't answer my question.
I can't answer that question.
You didn't eavesdrop?
No.
How very unkindred of you. And he jots something down in a notepad and slowly closes it and tucks it away. Be careful. Corliss will kill you. All of you. If she knew that you're giving out information, details about your assignments to other members of the court. Not that I don't appreciate it. It makes my job easier.
Then this stays here. And he shoots a glance over at Jordan.
She just looks nervously at the sheriff and just kind of nods her head. She's like, I should tell the prince. No, you come with us. This needs to be handled carefully.
Junior kind of leans towards Jordan, as not to be too loud, but normal speaking tone. Jordan, where's Luca? You two seem to always spark each other up.
I know. I guess she's with the prince, or
Can
with.
you give me that phone thing of yours you got in your pocket?
I don't carry
Thanks.
a phone.
Oh.
We're not supposed to carry phones. It's punishable by death. And her eyes have not left Key. And she nervously looks at the laptop on the desk. He just pulls up his sleeve and glances at a watch. Well, I believe 10 minutes is almost past. Shall we?
On that note, Junior steps toward the door and opens the door for everyone.
Now stand up and motion for everyone to walk out, and we'll head downstairs and I'll go out.
Okay, the group of you make your way through the semi-crowded tavern of people drinking whatnot. And out front is parked whatever it was that you ordered.
A Lincoln Navigator, just an SUV. Their flagship. And
Is this one that you're driving, or is there an actual driver for it?
I'm driving. So they'll drop a key off, and I'll get the key from them. And
Yeah, the key's dropped off in the bar for you.
shall we?
Yeah, Junior ensures that Jordan gets in the van ahead of him.
Yeah,
Not pushing her around,
he
but-
comes with you. Then he walks over to his car, and you can see the window roll down in his car, and he says something to a guy inside, and the car, the window goes up and the car peels out.
Did we get a glance of who that was?
Looked like a cop, but no one that stands out as somebody you'd know.
Okay.
And you guys take the 20-minute drive down to Queens. Oh shit. Down to Queens to Vivian Mayer's place, which looks very much like it did the other night. You know, well maintained. The walls just kind of, or the walls kind of light up with the motion detecting lights as you pull up into the little what do you call that? Not cul-de-sac. The half
Just a
circle driveway.
round, just like a roundabout, or
And it seems quiet here in the neighborhood. As you pull up on front of at the crest of the drive and stop the car, and Key steps out.
I'll pause a moment and just scan the area to see if I see anything out of the ordinary.
Give me a wits plus awareness roll. Wow, well done.
Okay.
Everything looks relatively normal. The only thing that catches your eyes at all odd is the front door seems to be leaning open a slight bit.
I'll wave at Key and point to it.
He just nods. Something feels off. Something's wrong. Wait here. I'm going to circle around back before we announce ourselves.
Everyone's,
Just as Junior was about to yell out to Key if we should come in, he shuts his mouth on Key saying that.
And Key starts to walk away. He walks around the vehicle. And as he walks around the vehicle, he fades from view.
Junior takes out his Colt, just kind of opens up the action, spins the cycle, make sure he's loaded up, puts his gun back in the holster, and activate Eyes of the Beast, see in total darkness, just to kind of see if there's anything in the shadows. And I'm just keeping my wits about.
You can give me a wits plus awareness roll if you'd like.
Okay. What's do.
Nah.
Everything seems fine. I'm just keeping a low head, and that Jordan in the car as well is kind of distracting me. I'm keeping an occasional eye on her.
No, Jordan just kind of leans forward. She's in the back of the SUV. She kind of leans forward to talk to everyone. She's like, I'm sorry. I had no idea the sheriff was going to be at your place.
Neither did we.
This is going to cause a lot of problems. I'm so sorry.
You know what causes less problems is knocking before you open a door.
I know I was just so excited. I should have kept my mouth shut.
Yeah.
Well, nothing to be done about it now.
It is.
Keep your mouth shut now.
He's not wrong.
Quick out of character question: is it a Camarilla rule to not have cell phones at all?
No.
Oh, okay.
There's
Yes,
just
it is.
The if
Oh,
you're
it is.
gonna use it for conversation, you better watch what the fuck you say, because it doesn't take much to say the wrong thing. Because
It's
known
one of
that
those. It's a
attachment.
rule like no technology, no computers, no cell phones, none of that. But it's one of those things where like you cannot survive in the modern world without it.
Right.
So people kind of, they hand wave it away until you fuck up.
Right.
Okay, phone call is to be like, we shall meet, and then hang up.
Yeah, people are generally very careful with what they say.
And even more careful with texts or emails, anything like that.
Oh, none of that.
Exactly.
None of that even happens.
There's a lot of elders that will not just refuse to use computers. Even though stock markets and that kind of thing all done via computers, it's just too easy to fuck up. So they just
It's
don't
all-
fucking do it.
It's all handwritten notes.
Yeah, and they'll send actual messengers and that kind of thing, or write actual letters.
That's what I deal with in the palace, I assume. It's all those damn letters.
Yeah, it's mostly like messengers coming, like, I'd like to arrange a meeting.
We'll get back to you.
Yeah, and like regarding blah.
Mm-hmm.
There's a
Outside
bunch of
major,
shit they can't say on the phone.
outside major city centers, it's faster to use a carrier pigeon with a USB thumb drive than it is to upload or download data.
Even then, those
True. So it's kind of a gray area to answer your question, but it is like written. Don't fucking do it.
If they want to get you and you've got one, that's just one more thing they can nail you for. It's an easy one.
Yeah.
It's kind
Quaid
of like
pulls out.
game.
Quaid pulls
Sometimes-
out a large automatic pistol, checks the action, and kind of steps behind the guy standing there and disappears from sight.
Quaid.
He's just being kindred like the sheriff wants us to be.
Just stay here, please.
So Jordan, what else did you see in your vision?
That was it. But the doors are the doors open.
In your vision or here and now?
Right here, you can see it. Like, see, look. It kind of points.
We're all aware. We're letting the sheriff do his thing.
And she kind of pauses, and you see her eyes almost glaze over. Too quiet.
You mean like there's a bunch of dead people around? Yeah. Astute.
Unnaturally quiet. Something's wrong.
Junior kind of looks over to Orion. Then just kind of looks back to the door.
She's just staring at the door. See, the door, it looks like it was forced.
Sheriff said stay here, and he went to check around the back. I'm sitting tight for the moment. We're watching the door.
The door's was forced. Somebody could be in trouble. Like,
Jordan.
Should we stay? Do we go? Like, what do we do?
Jordan.
We stand here, we shut up, and we do what we were told.
Now do as you're told and shut the fuck up.
The only sound that you can hear, there's no birds, there's barely any traffic sounds in this, obviously in this neighborhood, this rich neighborhood. You don't get a lot of the city sounds, but there's no nature sounds either. The only sound that there is the cold wind picking up through the trees. But not even the leaves rustle. And the only other noise is Jordan squirming in her seat. As, time ever so agonizingly ticks by. And suddenly Key appears beside the car. You followed orders. Good. I was worried I'd have to follow you inside.
Where to find anything?
Body on the back porch. Something's blocking the rear entrance. A bookcase or something heavy blocking the door. But I've got a bad feeling about this. You guys want to go in with me and check it out?
Yes.
You're here now, so you may as well. And he kind of
Absolutely.
looks, eyeballs Jordan, like, you stay close. Don't be surprised, I've called the backup. It's already on the way.
Matthias will kind of look at Junior and like, I know this is a lot to ask, but
I'll keep an eye on her.
Thank you.
You got it.
And
I can pistol whip faster than anybody. Don't you worry.
pull out a small, looks like a letter fold, and just open it up and pull out a bunch of knives and just kind of intertwine in his fingers like he's loading up a magazine or something.
All right. And you guys make your way up to the front door. You can see the door frame itself has been broken, like the wood is snapped and the door is kind of leaning shut.
Mm-hmm.
Junior's going to kind of keep Jordan and himself toward the rear of the party.
Okay.
But he's also going to be, when Jordan starts fucking skitter jumping or stepping a bit far away from him, he's going to grab her by the belt, kind of pull her back and slow down, you're with me. However, inadvertently, he's going to be kind of guiding her along as his body shield.
Okay. So who's leading the way? Who's up front? Who's opening the door?
I'll be up front.
All right. When you get up to the door, like I said, the door is kind of almost leaning shut, like the wood has been cracked where the hinges connect.
Does it look
almost like it's been kicked in?
Does it look like something larger than like a human size kicked it in?
It's hard to tell. Whatever it was fucking strong. Because the not only is the frame broken, but the screws have been ripped from the wood.
Any blood or hair or
No.
fiber? Nothing.
Nope. I mean, you don't have a whole forensic kit with you, so.
I'll just push the door open and listen.
Okay, the door kind of creaks open. Like, with the wood snapping as the rest of the screws pop loose. And the sound kind of echoes throughout the night.
Are there lights on? Is it dark?
It's dark inside.
With the eyes of the beast, Junior's kind of taking a look over some other people's shoulders. Does there look anything discerning or way out of the ordinary from last time?
A little bit of blood on the ground. Like, you know how the foyer has those little, what do you call them?
Tiles?
Almost inlets.
Mm-hmm.
Where, like, vases and that kind of shit goes, like little statuettes and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
There's some blood around one of the far ones.
Junior kind of calls out, like, hey, on the far side of the foyer there, but one of the vases looks like there was a scuffle with some marks.
And the inside of this building smells of death.
I think there's a few less ghouls on this property now, too.
This is not good.
Okay, so what are you guys doing?
Look at the sheriff and take a step in along the wall and try to look for like a light switch or some sort of light source. See if
The switch is on.
power's been cut. So I'll flick it and see if nothing happens. And
Nothing happens.
is it pitch black? Is there moonlight?
It's dark in here. There's a little bit of ambient light from like the street lights, and the moon was full on the night that you went to go hit Robert Ward. Now it's like, was it descending or what do you what it's called?
Waxing.
Waxing.
Waxing, thank you. Or waning.
Waning.
That's right.
Waxing is
Junior takes out his flip phone and turns on the little the light for the camera and hands it up to.
I was about to pull out. I was about to pull out a phone and turn on the light myself.
Okay.
Just
So
gonna.
you guys kind of using. Well, obviously, like this kind of screws with you a bit, Junior. A bit. Like it doesn't totally negate. It's not like you have night vision. It's you can see in the dark.
Yeah, I'm trying to look away. Like I'm just more or less keeping a close watch to my close surroundings and behind us as we push through. So I'm not going to be too far forward.
I'll just kind of scan the room with the light real quick. And
I go look at the area of the vase where the struggle was.
There's no sign of struggle. There is a little bit of blood on the ground. The blood is coming from a body that's been tucked in the alcove.
Okay.
How fresh is the blood?
It's cool, but not cold.
And there's a body in the alcove, like visible when you approach
It's
it.
the butler.
Fuck.
His eyes are rolled back in his head. He's like propped up on like one of those little podium things that you put like a decorative vase on or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And his eyes have rolled back in his head. There's like a trickle of blood and drool that's coming from the edge of his mouth.
I would like you to introduce you to the butler of the house. Or what remains of him.
Is he alive?
No,
Or is it a dead body? Okay.
it's dead. The body is still a bit warm. It's cooling.
I'll mention that to the sheriff. Still fresh by a couple of hours. Still
He kind
slight.
of grunts. He's walking around with his notepad out, just making notes as you guys are poking at stuff and looking at stuff.
Are any of the other doors to the drawing room or the living room or where the dining room, anything open, or is it all closed up?
Everything is the way it was like the night before. The doors are closed. Like the door to the what do you call it? The waiting room, the sitting room that you guys were in is closed as it was when you arrived last night. But sorry,
I'm gonna
DM.
I'm gonna walk towards where we heard that party was the last night when we were visiting.
It's like there's 4 doors down here, one on the right, one on the left, and then further down, one on the right, one on the left.
Mm-hmm. We were if we were directed to the right, I would go to the left, which is I assume where we heard the party was, the gathering.
No, it was to the
further down.
right. It would have been the rear one.
Okay. Well, that's right, because there was murmuring through the wall. So I'll head back that way.
Quade's walking with you.
Orion's
You
gonna
make-
take the. Oh, sorry. I didn't. Just go ahead.
Once you make the turn, Quaid says quietly, "You're not a combat type. Quit walking, Point."
I need answers. Would you like to?
The next one might not shoot you in the chest. They might shoot you in your hard head. You and your little pissant knives are going to get yourself killed playing stupid games.
Then I will up my arsenal.
I don't try to do what you specialize in.
Then after you, sir.
Quaid takes point.
Orion's gonna check the door on the left, and
Okay.
he doesn't like leaving unopened doors behind him as he sweeps a house. So
Yeah, no problem. You kind of check in there. It's fucking, I don't know what it is. Like a small library. And it looks undisturbed.
okay, he'll do the same thing with the first door on the right.
That would be the
Sitting room we sat
dining
in.
hall. Or the first door on the right is the sitting room. Second door on the left is the dining hall. And the second door on the right, second door on the left is the kitchen. Second door on the right is the dining hall.
I will take my place behind Quaid and just kind of wait
I'm
patiently.
going to take a quick step through the rooms as we hit them.
Yeah, as you make your
Yeah,
way through the 4 rooms down here, obviously look, there's like closets, and there's probably some more rooms down here as well that I'm just
Right.
blanking on. But
Well-
everything seems to be undisturbed down here.
Okay. He's just taking a quick look. He's found one guy stuffed in an alcove, and he's wanting to be sure he doesn't miss anything blatant. Basically.
Yeah,
what's going on.
same.
Does she have a
All right.
backyard?
Yeah.
Or an
Can-
upstairs.
Can I take a peek at the backyard?
You can. You'll have to move the armoire that's flipped on its side and covering the door. Or you can just move the curtain and peek.
I think she's gonna move the curtain.
There's a body laying on the back stoop.
Another body. Out
Looks
here.
like a security guard.
Key had already told us that.
Right.
And Jordan's at the back with Junior, and she's kind of looking at the body of the butler, just shaking her head.
Keep moving.
I don't think anyone drank from him.
What's the cause of death?
I don't know. All I know is that whoever did this has a serious fucking death wish.
Do you think?
Can I look at the body and make a medicine check? Obviously, there's blood everywhere, but where is the blood coming from? Does it look like a gunshot wound? Does it look
You
like
can
they're
give
tearing
me
apart?
let's do 2 rolls. We're gonna do a wits plus medicine and then intelligence plus medicine. Or we can do a wits plus awareness first to see what you actually examine.
Sure.
what you
I'll make
immediately
a wits
initial.
plus medicine.
No sign of bodily harm.
None.
None.
Can I find where the blood's coming from?
His mouth.
Okay. Can I do like a quick kind of feel around? Feel like are his internal organs ruptured? Are
Like, it's not a lot of blood. It's more of a trickle.
okay.
And the blood that's on the floor is more of a spray. But looking closer, it looks like the spray is mixed with something else. Like it's diluted. It's
Can
more
I, like-
pink than red.
Pick up the blood and like smell it.
It smells gross, like vomit.
Vomit. He was poisoned.
Poison blood or poison food?
Was he a kindred? I don't think he was.
No. His blood wouldn't be warm if he was kindred. Or his body, rather.
Was he a ghoul?
One would presume so.
It'd be hard to know.
But yeah, there's no way to actually tell if he's a ghoul. Not
Is
without getting
there-
its Tremere up in here.
Is there any signs of any food out? Is there any signs of any drink out?
Nope.
Cutlery?
Nope.
Alright. Should we continue on?
Yeah. Whatever happened fast. And it's over. It's old.
Hey,
Alright, nobody's
Quaid,
still here.
Go check.
do you want me to take front so that you can be a little less visible?
Sure, if you want to turn, it's fine.
It's just up to you.
Yeah, go ahead, take it.
No counting numbers there, Ryan. Just looking.
Okay, so you start making your way upstairs, up the
Yep.
vaulted staircase up the stairs.
Yeah, because we've checked all the main floor rooms, right? No sign of
Right.
a basement or anything.
No,
Was there nothing in the back right?
nope.
Okay.
Yeah,
Quaid's
head
got his
upstairs.
investigation hat on.
All right, the up here, as you make your way up the stairs sort of curve, like almost like from the downstairs going up over top of the main hall where you walk in.
The grand staircase that just curls.
Yeah. And as who's up front again? Orion.
Orion and Quaid.
Now, yeah.
As you walk up the stairs, you can smell blood, and you can hear the faint sound of dripping.
I tell where it's coming from.
Upstairs.
Any particular direction?
Nope. You get up to the top of the stairs. There's sort of a landing there, and there's a door that's shut, and like a heavy wood door that's all intricately carved and whatnot. Very fancy, very impressive.
Jordan, or Junior's gonna be keeping Jordan at the bottom of the stairs with him. Just
Yeah,
watching
she's
things.
actually. You look away from her for a second, and you look back, and she's gone.
Oh shit.
I just
That's
kind of
not
haul
good.
her up a little bit. Guys, Jordan just fucking vanished.
Right here.
Give me your hand. And I kind of reach out.
It doesn't work like that. I can't do that.
Just stay with us, Jordan.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just following.
Jordan,
You're
you
fine.
keep whispering in my ear and you stay put.
Are you flirting with me?
He's protecting you.
Ryan smile.
My kind of flirting you don't want.
Just
You're a little-
This is not the time for that.
listen.
Hey Vivian.
You put on a few
Vivian
more
or
pounds,
Jordan?
Jordan, and a
Yes.
little less twitchy, and I might be a bit more inclined.
Either of you happen to have the gift of being able to see supernatural things?
I have heightened senses. Out of character, I'm gonna say that.
Out of character, he's asking about sense the unseen.
I do not.
That or Oblivion Sight.
I'm gonna heighten senses just to help, but that'll be pretty applicable.
He'll test the handle by just touching the handle of the door.
Yeah, it's not locked or anything.
Okay.
Is the sheriff with us, or is he still?
Yeah, he's with you.
Okay.
He's always worried. Orion knows enough about wards to be worried about him.
You
But
don't
he'll
think he's
try to-
writing a warrant?
No, so wards.
Oh, okay.
To see if the door's been warded or anything. But
Not that you can tell.
yeah, he'll
Like you
open
don't
it.
see any of the signature signs. It leads to a hallway to keep things simplistic. Although this house is much bigger than I'm letting on. There's a
Yeah.
bunch of bullshit rooms that you don't care about. We'll say that there's 4 rooms up here as well. Pretty much the same layout as downstairs.
Okay, all the doors closed.
Yeah.
All right, we'll just check them from front to back, left to right.
The first door you open, again, intricately carved door, leads into a beautiful sitting room, like a reading room. There's books on the wall, a nice couch, like one of those fancy sitting couches that's all with wood inlays, a hardwood floor, bookcases along the side. There's various, paperwork and whatnot stacked up on end tables. Like exactly what you'd expect to see in a sitting room.
Right.
It's completely beautiful. The only thing that seems out of place is two things, actually. One is Vivian Mayer's crucified body suspended on the opposite wall. From her chest sticks a heavy wooden stake. Not only is she nailed to the wall, but there's also barbed wire holding her back against the wooden frame.
Fucking hell.
Bits of blood dripping from her wounds onto the floor. And the second thing you notice, and it's perfect, it almost looks like a painting. The second thing you notice is there's a man in the room in servant's attire kneeling before her.
Orion points his gun at him. Stand up, turn around slowly.
You enter the mistress's house uninvited? And he slowly stands up. You can see he's got a knife in his hands, his knuckles white and shaking.
Do I recognize him?
No.
Did you do this?
And he holds the knife against his chest.
Can I activate fleetness?
You can certainly try.
I'm gonna use mesmerize and tell him to drop the knife.
Nice.
You know that requires eye contact, right?
Yeah.
I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No rolls required against comparing resistant victim or another manipulation, domination versus intelligence, resolve, command, go against.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just subject's gaze.
Yeah, so eye contact.
Mm-hmm. I'll step around from Quaid and I'll look him dead in the eye and utter the.
Well, he's not looking you in the eye. This is a venture servant. And so what are you doing, Orion?
I'm trying to rush up to him and disarm him.
Give me a Dex plus athletics. Yeah, that sounds good. Wow.
Jesus.
Well, this is a messy critical, so unlike a regular critical, you didn't win. The beast won. So what does it look like when your beast wins?
That's a good question. I'm wondering if in trying to wrestle the knife from him, I either, I don't know, break his hand, break his arm, something painful, I'm assuming.
Well, you quickly stride forward. It's like the rest of you kind of see Orion. It's not that he's moving so fast that you can't see him, but he's moving extremely nimbly. Unfortunately for Orion, all this guy has to do is just push. But Orion arrives in time to catch his body before it hits the ground. And he doesn't get it completely in before you stop him. So he's dying, but he's not just dead. It is how she wished.
He'll put his hand over the wound to try to stop the bleeding.
I mean, it's his heart, so it's like you're not stopping that.
Can vampire blood heal? I don't remember.
Not that big of a wound, right?
Theoretically, yes, but it's not just. It doesn't just automatically heal. Like there's a process where you have to think about it. You have to will it to heal.
Gotcha.
On top of that, you don't know if this guy's Gould or not. And if he's Gould, then your blood will do nothing.
Okay. He'll try to, before the guy loses consciousness, he'll just try to force him to answer a question or just any kind of information.
What is the question exactly?
He said, as she wished. He'll just ask who strung her up like this. Who did this?
He just faintly smiles and says, "Do you think she'll reward me?"
Who is she?
And he's dead.
Figures.
God damn it. That's the body drop.
Matthias will just take a moment, bow his head as a sign of respect, and then turn around and walk out of the room and just stand in the hallway or the overhang awning or whatever's right outside.
He is standing back in the doorway, just kind of like looking over everyone's shoulder, writing frantically in his notebook.
Did he say it loud enough that we all heard, or was it just enough that
Sure.
I'll look at Queen and go, as she wished.
Odd.
Very.
The
I'm
stick
down a
will only paralyze her. All this, and he kind of motions towards the body and everything. All this is for show.
Suggest we put her down in there.
No, not yet. Check out the rest of the upstairs. I need to document this. And he reaches into his jacket and pulls out a camera.
I'll call for Quaid and Orion. Let's clear the rest of the house.
I mean, if I'm understanding correctly, she's not dead, right?
Right.
But she's not dying either. She's not going anywhere.
Correct.
Let's make sure that we're not alone. And then we will deal with this.
Yeah.
Step back. The primogenist is going to
Quaid moves up. Quaid moves up. He stands there with his hands in his pockets, and he's just scanning and examining everything, trying to.
Everything looks like it as it should. Well, as you've never been up here, so as you would expect that it should. Like nothing. There's no signs of a struggle, no tipped over tables or anything like that.
That's basically. Well, I mean, she's strung up on the wall with barbed wire, and I'm just looking for anything I can find. It all looks normal. Okay.
Yeah. Orion will go out and check the other rooms.
As you go and check the other rooms, you find the rest of her servants, all with bloody white foam on their lips.
They all were recommended to drink poison or forced to drink poison. Someone's cleaning tracks.
It takes about 10 or 15 minutes for Key to finish photographing the entire room. Before he indicates that he's done.
Is this what type of room is this again? An office or just a
Like a reading room.
reading room? Are there any papers or any letters on the?
There are papers like underneath books and like, stock reports and what have you. And some of the reports are in language you don't understand.
What I would
Actually-
assume it was Arabic.
Yeah, shit like that.
Okay. I'll keep that to myself for now.
And as you guys kind of clear the rest of the upstairs and make your gather back at, I'm assuming you're gathering back at the room where Vivian found.
Or outside it, yeah.
Yeah.
Key just motions you guys forward. We got to get her down.
I nod and I look towards like Junior and Orion and Quaid.
Quaid steps up and starts.
One of you
Trying to-
guys grab he motions towards the servant that's lying dead on the floor. Move him out of the way.
Junior goes and grabs the, walks up, goes into the room, and lets out a loud kind of what the fuck kind of breath between his teeth, and grabs the servant and drags the servant out of the room and pulls him into another side room.
Okay.
No. We sure you don't want this, this fresh meat sack in front of her, because when she might be a little hungry when she comes to.
That's
If
not
that's
going
what
to do
you want.
anything. He's dead.
All right. I'm gonna be back downstairs unless you need me for something else. Junior kind of looks pensively side to side.
I've got officers arriving, so be careful.
Matthias nods at Jordan like, go with him.
Quaid's working at untangling the barbed wire from around her.
The barbed wire's not really doing anything. The sum of her weight is against it, but it's more the nails to her hand that are holding her up against the wall.
Well,
Or
clear the
against
barbed
the
wire.
wooden piece.
Clear the barbed wire first.
And Troy Jr. does go down and tells Jordan to go wait in the van, and he'll be there momentarily.
Okay.
And if he doesn't hear her voice in a couple minutes, Key's gonna know right away. So get to the van.
All right. She goes out to the van as instructed. As you're unwrapping the barbed wire, it's tearing away at her at her flesh, like just chunks of flesh go with the barbs. And you're trying not to, but small patches kind of just unavoidable for being coming off with it.
Well,
But
as you said, he's being as gentle as he can, and he murmurs, "I'm sorry, my lady," and just keeps trying to get her down.
And Key kind of looks behind us. He's on the other side trying to unwrap some of the barbed wire. Some of the weight as you remove the barbed wire kind of slumps forward, so it's all resting on the nails now, like her entire body weight. And Key kind of looks behind him at the other 2 or 3 that are still standing there. Hold her up.
I'll walk over and kind of support her weight and kind of keep her in position.
Same.
Okay. You guys eventually get the barbed wire disconnected from her, and basically pull the nails out from the what's that shit called again? The plaster walls. Like it's through wood and plaster, and so it's enough to hang her up, but it's not enough for an extended period of time. So you guys managed to wiggle the nails out. As you're wiggling the nails out, you guys, or sorry, after you wiggle the nails out, you guys slowly lower to the floor.
Troy,
Uh-huh.
with how she was strung up on the wall there, from what I saw, can I kind of reflect back on some of my previous antiquity dealings or some older histogram shit if anything kind of comes to mind as to what the fuck that might represent?
I mean, the obvious thing of
Sure.
crucifixion is like,
Sure, crucifixion, but nothing really jumps out to me as to be anything more.
no, not really. It's symbolic as to exactly what it could be 1,000 things.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's fine.
Let your imagination run wild.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I'm just making sure it's more of a crucifixion, not kind of a blood eagling or some type of fucking Aztec kind of crazy ass bullshit.
no, it was crucifixion.
Okay, that's fine.
As you're kind of thinking about this, the front door falls inside. And 2 cops look equally as surprised as you are. And they kind of are looking around. One of them is dressed in uniform, the other one's plain clothes.
I look over to them and kind of motion my hand up and wave. I stop as I'm putting my hand up and I tilt my head forward. I stop Eyes of the Beast, and kind of motion them over this way and kind of holler up the stairs. Key, your men are here.
Yeah, you guys clump your way upstairs to the room where everyone else is.
Mm-hmm.
And the 2 cops walk in. And they kind of take in the scene. Look a little bit unsettled, of course. And then one of them goes white as a sheet. As Key kind of motions him over. And he's just staring at her, and he's slowly shaking his head. She'll kill me. I've seen what happens. She's not gonna be able to stop herself. Like, she's gonna kill me. And assuming none of you guys have anything to say.
I'm intrigued. I'm listening, but I'm not going to interrupt.
He just looks up at him. He's like, I'll make sure that you're not drained. And he kind of looks over at the group of you. Hold her down.
I'm nodding.
Yeah, I'll
I'll
help.
take an arm.
Officer Dova, there will be a substantial cash reward once this is all said and done. And the officer just starts unbuttoning his shirt. Like unbuttoning the wrist so he can roll his shirt up.
I kind of look over to him and wink and half smirk. You got this. We got you. You'll be good. And turns away from him as he goes towards her legs to hold her legs down.
Okay, so who's holding what exactly?
I got a right arm.
Junior's on a leg.
I'll do the other arm and shoulder, I guess.
I'll grab a leg with Junior.
Okay.
Do you want help? I don't know how much I can do here.
Maybe help
Someone
take
has to
off
pull the
this
stake out.
Fine, I'll do that.
You're the lucky one. Unless you want a
Alright.
leg. Unless you want a leg.
I fire up
I'll
the
take the stake.
Okay. So Vivian goes over, wraps her fingers around the stake, and it's right through the breastplate. And so it's difficult. It's in there tight. And there's this agonizingly slow sucking sound. As you slowly manage to... You gotta wiggle it a bit to get the stake loose enough to get it out.
Gross.
And her body just slumps. And Key's kind of holding her head in his lap. And he just leans down and whispers to her, Vivian. It's Key. We've removed the stake. We have some kind for you to feed upon. But you must be sure not to. And as he says that, all of you feel her body jerk forward with stunning strength and swiftness. As her face contorts into that of a feral animal, her fangs extended, bits of saliva dripping from her fangs into her mouth as she struggles valiantly. Valiantly is a terrible word to use for this because it's not valiant at all, but it's ruthlessly to try and free herself to get to the mortal officer that's standing above her.
Junior kind of yells out, "Get over here quick! Earn your keep, or that's it for you."
He's obviously like his arm is shaking as he holds it above her, and she's kind of snapping at it like a piranha.
Yeah.
As I'm holding her leg, I'll look at Vivian and go, Vivian, if you don't mind assisting. And
Sure.
making sure he comes back.
Can I help hold her down?
Yeah, I mean, you can probably sit on her chest.
I think I'm just gonna put my knees on her chest to like hold her down. Use my weight.
Okay. You kind of have her, between the group of you, you have her down. It's still like difficult. Like you would think it would be easy for this small fucking woman to hold her down, but it's not. She's incredibly powerful. As the officer shuts his eyes and just thrusts his hand down, and you hear almost a crunch as she bites into his arm. Bones be damned. There's nothing gentle about this. And this savage slurping sound as she drinks. And after about half a minute, he starts staggering. And he gently tries to pry him away. The man groans from the pleasure of the kiss and the pain of his now broken arm. And her face is softened slightly. So instead of snapping, she's just growling. And he motions the other mortal over. And again, very much the same thing. It's not as savage as the first one was. There's still the slurping, but there's no broken bones. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. All right, and she kind of slumps back as he kind of pries this mortal from her grasp before she kills him. The mortal's pale from lack of blood, and she's lying there, her eyes kind of unfocused, just blinking. Her face splattered with blood from the messy feeding that she just did. And she doesn't say anything. She just stares at the group of you.
Is she focusing on Matthias at all, or looking
No.
toward him, or just?
No, she's kind of like looking at the group of you, but her eyes aren't focused.
What the fuck? Is there any powder around her mouth or anything?
Nope.
She ain't right.
Who are you?
Matthias Echo. Do you know me?
What was that?
Matthias Echo, do you know me?
Junior looks to Matthias.
You're familiar.
Yes. I should be.
What are you doing in my home?
We were alarmed the front door was busted in. You were staked to the wall. All of your servants are dead.
She kind of looks at the wounds on her hands and her arms, with which most of which are already healing.
Do you recall anything?
She looks at the rest of you. Who are you?
This is
Why
my...
are you here?
Quaid looks at the sheriff.
Is this her, or is somebody else talking through her? She seems weird.
He's just jotting down notes frantically. He just kind of nods at you, kind of motioning for you to continue while he takes the notes.
Can you tell me your name?
You think she'll recognize you? Quaid's still looking at him.
He kind of shrugs. And she kind of shuts her eyes, Matthias. Like she's thinking, like you almost look like a child, you know, when they're thinking really hard, they squint and shut their eyes really hard. I don't know. And then her eyes kind of, she opens her eyes and they kind of dart back and forth. I see a face when I close my eyes.
Describe
I
it.
hear a name.
What name?
At first I thought it was who I am, but I'm not sure. Is my name Eden Corliss?
I'm sorry.
And with that, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Nice. I gotta get a drink.
I'm gonna go make a sandwich.
Oh, break.
Oh my god.
Lucy, you got some explaining to do. That being said, hello, chat. How are we doing? It's good to see you guys all swing by and just come hang out and let the story just unfold. I try not to ignore you guys, just diving into character and fully involved with the story. So I hope you guys are enjoying what you hear. This is episode 2. We're just unraveling all the chaos of life as a vampire. I'm good. I'm a little perplexed as to why she thinks she's somebody else. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's a real big good group of storytellers and role players that are really into it and understand the ins and out and how interesting it can get. And with the DM here, he tells a very dark story, so it's gonna get only more interesting as time develops. So I'm enthralled and I'm in it, and I just want to know more. And I'm having a good time. It definitely it piques that thrill of the RP, of the storytelling, of trying to solve things, trying to understand what's happening and what direction it's going. So it's good times. But thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Well, and thank you for swinging that sword so swiftly. I don't know if I should call you Abby or Tandy or T or whatever. Either one. I know. I'm so used to you having just the Tandy name everywhere, and then you changed, and I mean it is what it is. Yeah. Right. Okay. You stop being a shithead. That's my job. Even the silence and the ominous music is just get you on your edge of your seat. How was your work day? Was it just absolute crazy? How did the event go? You peopled all the people. You people so much it hurts. I can honestly totally get that.
I'm back.
Willkommen.
I'm back.
I'm glad you're here to enjoy it. Obviously, I'd like to stream more and get back into things like a regular schedule, but this is episode 2 of something that is I want to obviously will be making a regular thing on Sunday nights, but yeah, I'm such a story like that. Oop, music quit. Just enjoy telling stories with other people. This feels good. But get your tea. We'll be here.
I'm not quite back, but I am listening.
Good.
Okay. Well, I need you back. So let me know when you're actually back.
30 seconds.
Yeah, no rush. There's still missing a couple people.
Mm-hmm.
I am back.
Roll call.
So we're just missing Alex.
I believe so.
Back.
And I have leftover raspberry pie.
Raspberry pie.
Raspberry rhubarb or raspberry?
Just raspberry pie.
Well, the inside of that pie looks rather like Vivian right now.
Bloody and full of seeds.
I didn't say that happened.
Maybe
No, she's
blood
not.
seeds.
Well, yes. She's not full of seeds. That's a totally different story.
Wrong game.
Wrong. TOS not approved.
Exactly.
On a different note, back to our reality of pulling a steak out of a vampire.
So what we're going to do here, because obviously there's a bunch of shit that's going to happen. There's going to be a bunch of waiting around and fucking blah, blah, blah. We're going to skip all that. We're going to fast forward time roughly about an hour.
And just do a quick
But-
synopsis of the blah blah blah.
But I mean, the blah, blah, blah is just fucking going to be like, fucking waiting for people to show up and fucking, all that kind of good stuff. But during this period, I want to give you guys 5 or 10 minutes, or however long you need, up to an hour, to discuss what you've learned. Because obviously, you've got some questions to answer.
You could say that.
Lots of
They're going to be very uncomfortable questions from very uncomfortable company.
I'm just gonna put a little reminder to the group that Jordan has the ability to obfuscate, so just be mindful of where we're talking at times. I sent her off to the van, and she should be there. Could be more than her too. We really need someone that can see that shit.
Well, I'm not going to fuck you like that right now. I want you guys to actually have the chance to discuss your options. What you do know is that you have to report to the Primogen. And so that's what's coming up next.
Well, how much do we want to disclose about the fact that we were here the previous night and she was meeting a bunch of mortals about something, and Dubai oil fields investments with the previous prince or the current prince who's gone missing?
The Dubai.
We're doing something on we were doing something on the Primogen's orders, she probably isn't going to appreciate us talking about it.
Yeah, I would say we stick to the facts that are important.
I mean, the
and
sheriff
don't-
basically just told us that earlier tonight.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what we gotta hammer out.
Wait,
We gotta
the
make sure
orders
you're
of
not
the
answering.
but the orders of the Primogen was the blood raid, not where's the missing prince. That was an order from my sire.
Yeah, I misspoke. That's who I mean.
Yeah,
Well, the raid was ordered by her as well.
Her and the
her
sheriff.
and the sheriff. Which does the Primogen need to prove? I mean, the Primogen was there. I mean, one of the members was there at the raid.
One of them.
And keep in mind, the big question here is, what are you going to tell them about what Vivian said?
Why she's asked if she's eating Corliss, or about the deal she had with. I was going to hold that, especially with.
Because now we're playing the political game.
Yes, I personally, in my opinion, as Matthias, he held off at mentioning anything about the oil deal. One, because Jordan's here. Two, because who knows what kind of shit that's gonna.
Anyway.
Who knows what kind of shit that could lead to. So he was going to leave that out and deal with that later.
Good.
As for facts of, I've met her in the past. I know who she's like. And when we were having a conversation with the sheriff about the blood raid, the seer decided to just barge in on our meeting. And that's really all I care to share.
Is there any information we want to disclose that could be a bit of a move for us to step on up with anything?
I think mentioning the task of trying to hunt down the location of the prince is gonna create more questions than answers, and more down the.
We don't even mention that.
No, that's this is solely what happened tonight. We wake up, we have a meeting with the sheriff. In the middle of the meeting with the sheriff, Jordan, who
And then somebody's Primogen is going to get on one of us, and we're going to be put on the spot and ask direct questions.
Mm-hmm.
And if we omit things, we're on the carpet for omitting them later. Maybe
Maybe.
we're trying to play a game here where we don't know the rules,
100%.
and they don't want us to know the rules.
So, would you rather disclose everything or disclose just today? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Not,
So
at least I wouldn't, anyway.
we stick to tonight only. This moment on. The meeting on.
I'm lucky in that Bouchard was on the blood hunt, so my Primogen is already in on that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to get my feet held to the fire on that end. But
I working for the prince and the council. I'm just doing my orders, what I was given to do.
We just need to stick to the facts. We don't need to overshare. We were having a meeting with the sheriff about business related to him and us.
Mhm.
We don't have to say what it was about.
We were interrupted by Jordan.
We were interrupted by Jordan, who said that they found the Venture Primogen in the streets. We came to check on it. This is what
door
we
was
found.
open.
We came, sheriff.
If they ask us about last night, we can say that we were here on a separate matter that is unrelated, and she was fine when we left.
I don't.
That's all we have to say. Even if it's even asked.
If it's brought up,
about-
yes, we.
Right.
Yeah.
'Cause it's very possible that she told someone about that, and if they ask us and we don't disclose it.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I think we can be very honest while not really giving a lot of
I
information.
was given an order on. Yeah, from the.
We were here on the business of the Seneschal.
Yeah. We'll go vague with that. I'm good with that. If you are.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
That's what I think we should do. Unless anyone else has other ideas as to how we can step up.
I don't think this is. I don't think this is a place to try to step up. This is a place to avoid putting the suspicion on us.
This is
Well,
a
I'm
place
just
to say
saying
as
maybe-
little as we can.
Divert some suspicion more towards the sheriff. They can go take a look at all the stuff he's been writing down.
I'm going to recommend, as a storyteller, I'm going to treat you like a bunch of newbies. I'm going to recommend that this is a spot where you can learn. The actual relationships that happen between the Primogen Council.
Yeah, the sheriff and anyone else spoken of.
We also can learn from the questions we're asked.
Exactly.
So we say nothing. We say minimal. Listen to everything with every grain of salt, and we'll discuss
A
it.
whole lot of stand real still, keep your mouth shut as much as you can.
Mm-hmm.
And if they forget we're there, that's even better.
Ah, so you guys get to feel like me for a little while. Nice.
100%.
I would also like to remind everyone that we have a very easy fallback on that. Like, the sheriff was here the whole time. We were acting under his orders at his direction.
100%.
We
See, I
never
like
strayed
that.
from that.
If it comes to that.
He gave us an order. We
Right.
listened.
There's still the question of the last words of Vivian.
Yeah, that's
That is news to me. I don't know what she means.
I'm still confused and in shock by
Also,
What
the
does
last
this mean?
also the last words of the guy who killed himself.
yeah.
Like, what does this mean? Potentially. Like, what does the chessboard look like now?
It's gonna definitely paint my sire as a target.
Which means what?
I'm gonna be a target.
That's the selfish thing. But what does it mean for the chessboard?
It's gonna collapse, and everyone's gonna be vying for the princess seat.
It's also minimizing those who take claim toward the prince's seat. And if you're going to take it, you better come with all your guns blazing.
Oh,
That's what that means to me.
I agree.
Fair enough. Is there anything else you guys want to discuss amongst each other?
Matthias,
Yes.
is there a Ventru discipline that would allow someone to hear through another's ears or to be...
Not.
I'm wondering if she was remembering some sort of mental contact when she asked that.
I don't know. I don't.
Well, outside of what Vivian had said or uttered, what about Jordan? What do we want to tell her? Or just have the sheriff speak to her?
I mean, I'm assuming she's going to be dragged into this too.
Yeah. She's the reason why we're here right now.
Yeah. We
I think we tell her
say nothing to her. Let her stand on her own 2 feet.
well, is there anything we witnessed that she witnessed that we want her to keep her mouth shut about?
I can't think of anything, but that's why I'm asking you guys.
Because if we tell her to just tell the truth and they ask the right question, something might pop out.
I mean, you overheard us talking about our mission in the office.
So that would be the one thing we tell her to keep her.
That would be the thing we have the sheriff speak to her about keeping her mouth shut
Mhm.
about,
Yeah.
which he already has, but I think he can
If he gives her a nice subtle reminder to keep her mouth shut about that and that alone, then I mean we'll just
That's good.
yeah, we roll with what that is. So
Okay,
So are we telling them what she said then, or did we decide again? I didn't hear that part.
am I eating Corliss?
I'm bad with names. I don't really know what she said.
I mean, I have my own questions to ask Eden, so
Yeah, but that's a whole separate transaction.
Yeah,
We're talking
that's-
about what we're going to have to, what we're going to say when we're put on the grill here.
I think we leave that
And is
out.
that part of the distraction with what happened here? She's supposed to say that to create further
I think that is our ace in the deck. We don't mention what she said, what was spoken of.
I don't want to know what the hell she said.
We
like to
held her
forget
down while she fed and came to, and then we cleaned up, and then everyone was called, and now we sit here in front of the Primogen, ready to answer what questions we can answer with minimal words.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
I anticipate people getting squeezed.
100%. I know I'm going to.
All right, the scene fades from black as you're all in an office room, like one of the you're one floor lower than the prince's regular chambers, in kind of a conference room, and the 6 of you are there, including Jordan. The sheriff has not arrived back yet. He took a separate vehicle, along with the entire Primogen Council. And the first voice you hear is that of Alicia Gray, who's pacing the room, like kind of walking around this big conference table. Almost yelling at Eden. This is unheard of. Such a thing never would have happened under Panhardt's watch. And she looks immaculate, like not a hair is out of place. But her words cut like a knife through the chamber, as the room is perfectly designed for listening to. It's a conference room, and everyone's kind of watching her, staring at her as she paces. And Eden sits at the head of the table, looking angry, I guess would be the proper word. Bouchard lumbers to his feet and glares at Alicia. He straightens a mask. A beautiful, like, ceramic mask of what looks like a dignified middle-aged man. And only his eyes show through. And he, like, through his eyes, you can see the rage. Now is not the time for self-promotion. It doesn't matter whose watch this happened under, only that we get to the bottom of it and execute the guilty. Imagine if this crime goes unpunished, if every neonite in the city believes that the Primogen Council are easy meat. And she just looks back at him. Take the mask off, Michelle. It's hard enough for you to speak without it. We all know what you look like. There's no need to be shy. And he just looks back at her. The same could be said of you, whore. That painted face belongs in one of your disease-infested dollhouses, not in a council of your peers. Corliss's fist slams against the table. Stop this bickering at once. We're not here to posture. He stands behind Corliss, his arms folded across his chest. Enough of this. For over a week, our prince has been missing. And now the last of us to see him has been attacked in our home, staked, driven to dementia. If this doesn't cause you to feel alarm, then I suggest you pack your bags tonight and leave the city. No one is above suspicion. I'll be speaking to each of you privately when this council is concluded. From the back of the room, like the very back, a voice calls forward. This is a farce, Sheriff. The speaker stands, a beautiful woman dressed in robes, like blood-red ceremonial robes. Having trouble remembering everyone. A farce, Sturbridge? Does something about the situation amuse you? The fact that you suggest that we blame members of our own esteemed council is the issue. New York is newly besieged by a revived Anarch presence, led by a renegade that you know has a history with our departed prince. And yet you'd have us biting off each other's heels, fighting amongst ourselves, while it's clear that the enemy gathers strength from our weaknesses. Her eyes cross everybody in the room and rest on the group of you. We know that this group of young kindred have had close encounters with the Bruja, Robert Ward. And I'm informed that he took a particular interest in them. So tell me, as the one so recently assaulted by that rabid dog, where do you think that the good sheriff should turn his gaze? And now the entire Primogen Council is staring at the group of you, waiting an answer.
Matthias scans the room and looks up and calmly says, "We don't have all the answers. I don't have an answer of who's to blame." And then
Can I ask real quick, who was speaking in the red robes?
Sturbridge.
Ashling Sturbridge.
Tremere Prime.
Cool, thanks.
Scary, powerful Tremere Prime.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everyone in this room beyond you guys is scary powerful.
They're gonna say it like we can get a moment.
She's the High Regent of the 5 boroughs. So.
Yep, I've got her profile up. I'm just taking notes.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Her
sorry,
mind was
Matthias
tampered with?
talking.
Do you believe her mind was tampered with? This isn't a difficult question.
I don't know.
I think that it was. She seemed disoriented.
Such abilities only lie in bloodlines of certain clans. I could no sooner dominate a mind than stare directly into the sun. And those words come from Kashif. Sturbridge would have us forget that it was not only the Bruja who left the city. The Tremere were furious with the prince, who extended his hospitality to my clan. And he glances at Orion and corrects himself. Our clan.
Is Samira here as well, or just Kashif?
Just Kashif.
Okay.
And now only one of the warlocks remains. A token of anger, a festering boil, who wants to see the broken clan regain their lost honor. It's easy to look upon the outsiders with hate in our hearts, but it is injustice to punish them without determining proof of their guilt. Is that not so, Sheriff? The sheriff pauses. There's a little benefit to punishing a guiltless party. We all have interest in prolonging our own existence. Vivian Mayer was found not only staked, but bound to a crucifix with barbed wire. Her servants were poisoned, and her butler was cut open with ruthless precision. And Vivian, you're surprised at this. You didn't see any physical wounds on the body. But then again, you didn't undress the body and, perform an autopsy just from where you were. You didn't, of your cursory once
I also
over the
didn't
body.
check every single body. There could have been that.
True.
Who was it that just said that?
Key.
Me.
Nope.
He, the sheriff.
Sheriff.
Okay.
I would like to believe that if I were to find any of you in such a position, you would want me to leave no stone unturned during the investigation. Everyone will be answering questions regarding their whereabouts. No exceptions.
I think we have a pretty safe outline.
We could do no less, Sheriff. Another voice rises up that you don't recognize. And at the table, there's various muttering and little bickering happening between people sitting next to each other and whatnot. Any loyal kindred should be prepared to answer your questions and aid in the investigation. And this is Ophelia. As you say, Vivian was the last among us to speak with Panhard. The sooner we can resolve this little dilemma, the faster we can move on and put a rest to those boorish rumors about our prince. I, for one, will speak with you as soon as the meeting is adjourned. Kashif nods in agreement. Perhaps it's for the best. The sheriff is only doing what he needs to do. Jordan kind of leans into the group of you. Why would she volunteer herself?
Junior kind of leans over a little bit. She's making a little play to show since she stands up for Camaria believes.
Jordan kind of nods. Wisely. Key returns Ophelia's nod respectfully. We'll discuss particulars in a moment. For now, I would like to speak with Vivian while we have everyone assembled. And Vivian walks into the room, hesitantly. Her shoulders wrapped tightly in a lace shawl. She's changed. Her wounds have healed. She looks like she's well put together, but like particularly Vivian, you recognize the makeup was done hurriedly. Like it was done by not an amateur, but somebody who's not okay.
Okay.
Miss Mayor, he begins. Tell us. And Corliss just stands up and waves him aside. You're looking well, Vivian. And she kind of walks around Vivian, eyeing her up, like examining her. That legendary composure we all know and admire. It's hardly indicative of forgetting oneself. And Vivian responds coldly. The fog has mostly faded from my mind. Even as kindred, there's a certain degree of dismay incurred by having one's home invaded, being overpowered and staked to the heart. I lost enough blood to sink into torpor, Eden. One would think you'd show a degree of understanding. And she smiles. Wallowing in our own empathy won't apprehend your attacker. Tell us what happened. Vivian's eyes go kind of blank for a moment. Almost like she's looking inward, like she's thinking, trying to figure out the right words to say. There was a crash from the front door. My butler, Robert, was yelling. I left my study and walked to the top of the stairs, intending to make an example of whoever dared interrupt me. Then someone came from behind. Powerful. Corliss leans forward. Who was it? A name, a sense, a smell, anything. And Primogen slowly shakes her head. Her normally stoic face wrinkling with anxiety. Nothing. Just a feeling of helplessness I haven't experienced since I was a neonate. The next thing I remember is coming out of a haze was feeding on the sheriff's mortal. Jordan kind of leans forward to the group of you. It's so weird. She didn't say anything about me finding her.
This is the time to be quiet, Jordan. Junior kind of
You guys are in a corner at the back of the room, kind of away from everybody. Like, you have no place sitting at the table. So you guys can have a quiet conversation amongst yourselves.
I just kind of tap Jordan on the shoulder, and this is the time where the kids at the table. So mind what you say and how you say it.
She just kind of nods. Corliss leans forward, watching Vivian, examining her face, like looking for a crack in the facade. So you remember nothing of being crucified, staked. It seems unlikely that such memories could be easily wiped out, even by the most gifted of us, kindred or anarch regardless. And Vivian shakes her head, the skin around her lips wrinkles, almost like she wants to snarl. She's obviously very upset. And Eden kind of frowns. I'll review my files to discover which known kindred within the surrounding cities would have both the power and the inclination to do such a thing. The list will be small, and those on it may well be untouchable.
Troy,
And she looks over at Key.
can I make insights plus other intelligence or wits just to
Yeah, what's supposed to that roll? Absolutely.
just about fucking Corliss's fucking physical language with what she's saying? Is that kind of jiving with what's coming? What her body mannerisms are? Does it match with what's coming out of her mouth?
Okay.
Is it... Yeah, I got no extra buffs for that.
Can I make a
No.
roll?
4.
Politics, maybe politics and intel.
What do you?
I'll
What's
get
the
some wits.
question?
That last exchange,
Mm-hmm.
I'm real curious. I'm just.
I mean, there needs to be a question in order for you to make a roll.
Yeah.
Like a political roll, anyways.
I almost want to see if that's more of a persuasion, the way Eden's almost mocking and trying to get Vivian to crack, or if she's trying to show her true colors behind the
Let it
facade.
slide, Troy.
Did we get the answer to Junior's insight roll?
Nothing.
Oh,
Which isn't really surprising considering you're dealing with an elder that's an expert politician.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I assume I would need 8 successes to try to get.
Or
some-
it could be the truth.
Yeah, one or the other. Just nothing stands out. No further ahead. God damn it. Sorry, Troy. I didn't mean energy. I just needed to get that.
No
out
worries. Eden looks over at Key. You've got your work cut out for you. And you will have my resources at your full disposal. In the meantime, I want a full investigation into any and all anarchic activity within the city and the outskirts. Tell your officers whatever you want. I don't care if I have to suggest the possibility of a terrorist attack. Ward and his rabble must be found and dealt with. And she eyes the table of the Primogen Council, waiting for one of them to say anything, but none of them speak up. This council is dismissed. Sturbridge gives an approving nod from the other side of the room, with a smug smile plastered on her face. And as the council members are standing up, getting ready to leave, Key speaks up. Pardon the inconvenience, but don't leave the building just yet. Each member of the council will have a short exit interview, so I can collect a statement. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. The more we work together, the sooner Miss Mayer's attacker will be found and brought to justice. And for a moment, it seems that like the Primogen Council is about to leave anyways. Bouchard leading the way. Leading the way. And his hand kind of freezes on the handle of the office. And he stops. Damn it. What's a few more minutes of time? I want the bastard caught too. And you're going to be here for a while. As various Primogen members go to other parts of the room. And you're free to talk amongst each other or talk to anyone you want to.
I kind of go over to Matthias, lean toward him, and do you think we should get the Trimier involved and you taking them to your sire's place to see if they can do some magic stuff to figure out what actually happened? Because that meeting ended real quick and none of us got put on any type of questioning.
Mm-hmm. I agree. But being the children in the room, are they even gonna acknowledge us, let alone accept us questioning them?
Trimier already on the outs of the Camria.
I understand.
They're not gonna like you talking to them, knowing your associations with me. I can always lay low if you need me to.
I can't think of anyone else to talk to here that would.
Like she won't be aware of where you are? How many of you guys are there in here in town?
3 that I know of.
Yeah, I think she probably would still know.
I'm just saying that if it would make it easier to talk to them with me not in the room, I could be not in the room.
That's fine.
But I'm saying I don't think Sturbridge likes me very much. So
No, I think you're probably right.
What other Primogen wasn't with us the other night when we went to go to Ward?
all of them but Bouchard. None of them came except for him.
Him and the sheriff and us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Maybe get an interesting take as to their take about what they think of Ward.
Or the one so quick to give up her time, Ophelia. She's a wild card.
She's a wild card, or she has a bunch of other things she needs to get done because she knows what's going to happen. So she wants out of here first before anyone else.
And she is Malkavian.
What clan is Jordan? She's Malcap too?
She's a Mal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. That this could be a scam that the Malks are running on exactly zero evidence, but you know.
When in doubt, they're an easy scapegoat.
Well, that too, but it could actually be them. And
I would doubt it, but you never know.
Yeah.
DM question.
With Vivian on this one.
Are any of the Primogen giving us a time of day, or are they like passing us like we don't even exist?
I mean, people go to their corners. They kind of, it's like caged animals.
Mm-hmm.
So this is your opportunity to ask questions. But, it's up to you.
Well, is Ophelia still in the room, or did she
Yep.
step out?
Actually, she's with the sheriff in the far corner of the room behind the podium.
Where's
She's already having her exit interview with him.
Where's Eden at this moment in comparison?
She's sitting at the head of the table. Just kind of patiently waiting and watching.
I'm assuming Key is gonna be busy this whole time.
Yeah.
Hey Vivian.
B Vivian?
Huh?
Me Vivian or the other Vivian?
Yes, you Vivian.
Okay.
The important
The one that likes us.
That's arguable.
I feel like Sturbridge was very happy with how this meeting went. And I feel like she is being closely allied with Corliss. I'd like to go ask her some questions about her take on everything, but I don't think she'll talk to me. You're really good with people. Maybe you could go and talk to her?
What do you want me to say?
Ask her what she
Uh,
thinks going on here.
Yeah, just
See what she says.
anything and everything. Just ask her if she's been asked to investigate the crime scene from a supernatural sense, anything like that.
How you spell her name? I want to put her in my notes.
Let's see. Sturbridge.
Sturbi.
Bridge.
Bridge.
Yeah.
Sturbridge.
Stir and then a bridge. Yeah.
First name Aisling. Aisling.
Ashling.
Thank you.
It's Irish. It's Ashling, you say. None of this is Americanized butchery.
Okay. And what's her clan?
Premier.
Jameer.
I guess I'll go ask her.
Okay, so we want to talk to Ashling first.
To, Sturbridge.
I'll let this go, but I wanted to come off as the good subservient childer to its sire and go ask if Eden needs anything and see if I could listen in on the conversation between Ophelia and Key. But
Well, unfortunately for you, there's only one of me.
I know that's what I said. After this, I would like to do that.
It's called multitasking. God damn it.
All right, so you find Ashling sitting in a tall back chair near the center of the room, kind of watching everybody. This is terrible music for this.
We're
way too dramatic.
We're going to war.
Very, very Batman-esque.
I am Batman. Alfred.
Ask Ashley.
Alfred.
Where are the drugs?
Where's my coat, Alfred?
So she's kind of watching everybody over the top of a blood-filled champagne flute. And she obviously looks very mortal. Like she's activated Blush of Life. You don't know why.
This is a Sturbridge, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
But as you approach, she kind of takes down the hood of her robes.
I'm gonna sit next to her and go, some night, huh?
I thought you'd grown restless circling the room.
A lot to think about.
Watching you hover makes me grow weary.
I'm still at a bit of a loss here.
Sorry, the music's doing that popping thing. Can you stop and start it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Why does that? It's so annoying.
Okay. Thank you.
I cannot believe that I am the only one of us who thinks this is a complete waste of time. We sit here sowing distrust amongst each other, oblivious that as to the anarchs that nip at our heels, corralling us
Isn't that what kind do? We sit, we fester, and we lie to each other.
And why are we acting like kine?
That's a good question.
Things were much easier when I held off the Sabbat.
Things were easy then. We had a mutual enemy. And as much as we don't like the anarchs, they're not trying to knock at our doors.
Things were easier because there wasn't a we.
Do you think it's the Camarilla that is the problem?
You're young yet. I forget you don't remember. It was my clan, or the sole clan able to hold off the Sabbat.
I've heard the stories. I'm young, not stupid.
Regardless, the enemy announced themselves, assaulted you and the sheriff personally, but we sit in this room pointing fingers at each other.
Because no one can make a decision. Have you had a chance to investigate the crime scene? I only got a small look.
I wouldn't waste my time.
What would you waste your time doing? What's the correct play in all this?
When we already know whom the guilty party is?
And whom do you think that could be?
As I've said repeatedly, it would be the Anarchs.
I don't know what motivation they would have for this, other than just
Remove the Primogen. Attack the financial district of New York.
This doesn't strike me as anarch.
Why not?
For one, it was carried out well.
One would be most unwise to underestimate their enemies.
Don't underestimate. I just have expectations, and this is superseding normal expectations. This is different. We don't know if the prince has anything to do with the anarchs. The situations are
We
complicated.
do. We know that there's a relationship of some sort between Panhard and Ward. I'm not accusing her of anything. I merely know that there's some sort of relationship between the two.
You think Ward would do something to this call hunt? Or I guess an assassination.
Perhaps, look at it this way. What clan is physically strong enough to hold down a Ventru Primogen?
My first guess would be something like the Tremere, but I don't think you would do it. Your clan has some semblance of honor.
We are not known for our physical strengths. Our strengths lie elsewhere. The Bruja, on the other hand,
Sloppy. The Bruja are sloppy.
some, yes.
Maybe I am right. Or maybe I'm wrong and I'm underestimating them, but
You forget the famed Theo Bell, who led the Bruja in abandoning the Camarilla. After he shot Hardestat in the face, removing his head.
gruesome.
Indeed. Perhaps history repeats itself.
What would you say
Oh.
we do then? March on into Anarch territory, start taking names.
Remove them all, find Ward, and show them that the Camarilla is not to be trifled with.
Wonder if the Malkavians know anything.
Doubtful. Far too busy siding up to the... And she has sort of a sneer on her face. The Banu Hakim.
You believe all that stuff?
They hardly make a secret of it.
Saying, do you believe in all that stuff?
What stuff exactly?
Banu Hakim, all the Middle Eastern stuff.
Absolutely. It was my plan that placed the curse upon them. because we had to, because they're addicted to vitae. They're killers. Nothing more. Barely restrained dogs.
The Malkavians?
The Banu Hakim. Ophelia seems to, for whatever reason, have found an extreme liking to Kashif. The two can barely keep their hands off each other. It's rather disgusting, if you ask me.
Judgmental.
Factual.
Do you not trust her as well?
It's hard to trust someone who would deem sleeping with a dog to be the appropriate measure.
I hardly think she's the worst of the kind here.
Neither do I. I had expected much more of her. However, it is what it is.
Out of curiosity, when was the last time you talked to the prince?
Some time ago, perhaps a month. We don't meet often, only when we have business.
I get to meet. I would like to eventually. Once this is all over.
She is ambitious, I'll give her that much. After what was his name again? The Nosferatu that was the Prince of the City. I can't remember his name again. It's been some time. But he took control of the city after New York was reclaimed by the Camarilla. Some 20 years ago. He promised that he would remain prince for, I believe it was 3 years.
How long did that last?
3 years. Exactly what he said it would. Then he stepped down. And Michaela ascended to the throne. Michaela Crap, you guys are asking questions I was not expecting.
Sorry.
No problem. This is kind of one of those, how much lore do you remember? I just don't remember why she left the throne.
Michaela was after the War of New York. Couldn't control it, and Sabat claimed victory. And her reign was short-lived, marked by instability and infighting.
I believe she was removed. Calibros was the Nosferatu. Yes, Michaela took the throne after Calibros stepped down. And yes, the city was extremely unstable, as to be expected after what had happened with the Sabat. And during the instability, Panhard used that to her advantage to take the throne.
feel like there's a million little things that I don't even know about. They exactly teach you all this stuff in school.
Of course not. Your clan would only sing of the glories of your clan.
I think we have a lot of good qualities. I'm sure many would disagree.
Perhaps. Oh, my mistake. Michaela's dead. She was
Good to
killed
know.
by the Sabbat. Oh, sorry, I had that completely reversed. Michaela was the last prince of New York. And then Calibros took the throne. There's a period of instability of about 3 or 4 years before Helen Panhard took the throne.
Gotcha. Go. I appreciate the time, but I think I'm done picking your brain.
She smiles and nods. What will you do now?
Regroup, come to a collective decision, and probably do something about some anarchs. If we meet again, I hope it's under less strenuous circumstances.
Indeed, I should hope so.
I'm going to give a little bow, and I'm going to head back to the group.
Okay. Are you going to tell them this information?
Yeah, I'm going to relay back the information where she thinks it was just the anarchs, didn't investigate the crime scheme. All that stuff.
Sounds quick to judge.
How about the stuff about Kashif and Ophelia?
Yeah, the touching and dog stuff.
That's about what I expected.
She certainly has her reservations.
That's putting it mildly. Maybe I should go bark
Yeah.
at her.
Please don't.
You think you got a shot?
No, I think she might literally melt me where I stand.
The door to the office opens, and a man in a suit steps inside and kind of nods at everyone, and then ushers a group of, looks like party goers into the room. And he kind of looks around uncomfortably, straightens his tie, just courtesy of the sheriff, and steps out of the room. And then Key calls out from where he's finishing up with Ophelia. In appreciation for your patience,
Nice.
Is this an offering of food?
obviously.
I think she's
Orion
gonna
eyes
take no
them.
time. No time at all. Find one of the cute ones and take them to another room.
Okay, you grab a, I don't know, what's your flavor?
She's bisexual. She doesn't really have much of a preference. I'll say she finds a drunk college student.
They all appear to be drunk. This one's stumbling a little bit less than the other ones and is looking around, terrified.
She goes, "Hi, handsome."
And he's just like, please. Is trembling. He tries to pull away from you. I didn't know what I was getting into. I didn't know.
You're fine. You're fine. Take a deep breath.
I can pay you whatever you want. Just don't make me forget again.
Oh, I don't want money.
I don't even know how many times I've done this. I think
If
I'm
it's any
going insane.
consolation, I haven't met you before.
So you don't care at all?
Does not bother her one bit.
Okay, fair enough.
She's gonna use Lingering Kiss.
Oh, fuck.
But are you going to make him forget?
Yeah, she's gonna make him forget. I have awe.
Does that work?
No, awe does not work to make him forget.
Okay, then I'm not gonna make him forget.
Cloud memory is what makes them forget.
It's kind of a dick move, make him feel that and then fucking forget.
Yeah, he's gonna be pining for you and not know who you are.
So we want to talk to Corliss next?
I was gonna just, check in on her and then see if I wasn't sure where the conversation with Ophelia and the sheriff was, so I was gonna try to listen in on it. But if it's already done, then
It's wrapping up. Like, there's nothing to be heard there.
I think I'll.
Corliss is talking to Luca. It looks like Luca's just walked away. And Corliss stands up, and instead of going to the mortals, she goes to a small cart with some flutes of vitae on it, and she grabs one and sits down and watches you approach, kind of spinning the blood around in the cup as you approach. And she just motions to the chair in front of her.
I said without hesitation.
I must say, Luke has chosen a remarkable meal for the evening, considering the timer's constraints. The daughter of a local cabinet minister, I believe.
Interesting. Could be useful.
She's developed quite the knack of acquiring just the right mortals.
Indeed.
We have 3 or 4 of them in the back, on tap, as it were.
As it should be.
And she offers you a glass.
Thank you. Oblige and swirl it and sniff it and just take a nice
Thank
sip.
Luca.
I will.
It's nice if you're into that kind of thing. There is a flavor of upper crust or nobility. I guess the nearest thing would be nobility. You know, people who can afford good groceries, eat at the finest restaurants.
It's giving me a flashback of growing up. Definitely feel spoiled at times being around Hunts Point and seeing a different side of the world. It's interesting.
This was your choice.
It was.
I would have gladly given you a piece of Manhattan.
But I don't want to take from you.
Also, a good choice.
I know.
So, what is your take on this business? You saw all these events with your own eyes.
I don't know a motive.
You made the right choice going with the sheriff, with your little friends. But I do wish you'd been able to send me word before the council was called.
It all happened so fast.
And she kind of leans forward a bit. Let me be blunt. Is Vivian telling the whole truth?
I'm not so sure. But I haven't had quality time with her.
You saw her. You restored her to herself.
I watched a savage come back. Confused. And then the sheriff did what the sheriff does, and I stayed out of the way.
But is she lying? Was this faked? Staged?
I see no reason why.
Easy.
I don't fully believe that, but I have no...
Look at the chaos.
Yes. There's chaos all around us. What
But
is...
there shouldn't be.
Do you think it's a house grabbing for the seat?
Could be.
Or do you think it's outside sources like Tremere or the Anarchy?
I think the Anarchs are too convenient.
They are that, aren't they? The blooding and now all this?
But what do you think?
It doesn't add up. It's too on the nose.
So, you think she's lying? We're not accusing here. I'm just merely looking for your opinion. Something I rarely do.
And I appreciate you asking. But as a young one here, I don't want to speak out of turn.
It's just the two of us.
I can't make an educated guess because I don't have a lot of information. I've only seen what I've seen.
I wasn't asking what you'd seen. I'm not asking for I'm asking you for your opinion based on the information that you have.
If she's lying, I don't know.
Not a good enough answer.
She doesn't seem like the type to lie.
Then you sorely mistake her.
I keep her at...
Lying for her is as easy as breathing is for a mortal.
I believe it, I do.
She's a politician.
I understand that. And as my interactions with her have been very far and few between, I don't have weight to tell the difference. I can't read her. So maybe she's lying.
You don't have to.
Are you saying like a traditional politician, if her mouth is moving, she's lying?
I'm saying that you have the advantage of having interacted with the Anarchs and interacted with many other of the ones in this room.
If you mean interact with them by them trying to kill me, yeah, I have.
It's less what was said and perhaps what wasn't.
Perhaps.
It only makes sense that with Panhard gone, there are those who will use the opportunity to gain power.
What was
And
Penhard's
of
relations
with
Ward?
As far as I know, it was kept extremely quiet.
But it existed.
Yes, it has to.
Balance.
Ward has maintained the peace between the Anarchs and the Camarilla for years now. What arrangement he worked out with Panhard, I don't know. but I do know that they spoke.
So an anarch who, correct me if I'm wrong, generally want to take down the establishment is aiding in keeping balance with this establishment.
One could look at it that way. One could also look at it as one is stopping themselves from being crushed.
I've seen that man's power. He and crushing are, how do you say, synonymous?
And you
As
don't
one,
think that power exists in this room?
in a different form. But yes, there is easily as much power, if not more, in this room alone. In all of New York.
Tell you what. Why don't you tell Key or Bouchard your thought on that and see what they think?
I'd rather not get a scolding by Key again.
You'd be lucky if he didn't crush you. He's sheriff for a reason.
I agree. And I think the only reason why I'm still in front of you is because of you.
As you guys are kind of huddled together speaking, Alicia kind of squeezes by you to get to the table with the flutes of champagne, or the champagne glasses with the blood in it.
Mm-hmm.
And Eden looks up and clears her throat. We're in the middle of a private conversation, Miss Gray. And Alicia looks at you and just gives this disarming smile. Of course, I had something to mention, but it can wait. And then she kind of disappears and floats away again.
Not a fan.
I've met gang girls more polite. And somehow she all manages to win us all over in the end. But she runs a clean Elysium.
Can I ask you one question? Ophelia, what are your thoughts?
She's insane.
She is very eager to clear. Is she insane? Or is she a really good liar?
Oh, both.
I see you have support in this room. I don't know how much of it you really have. But you do have some. Just be careful, sire.
She gives kind of a grim smile. That quickly fades into a pleasant smile, like she showed for a split second, like she's not worried, but she's prepared, into a disarming kind of like, have a nice day kind of smile.
Mm-hmm. And I smile back innocently and nod at her and, can I get you another flute?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
All right. I'll get up and where did what's my brain just went blank. Miss Grego just kept walking around the room, or she went over to
She's talking to somebody. So next, I think, is Orion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if Ophelia is still there.
Yeah, as she immediately goes to what's his name?
Kashif.
Yeah, Kashif.
I'll approach the both of them. Give them a respectable bow.
They nod. She's uncomfortably close to him. Like intimately close.
I just wanted to thank you for your support and everything. He says to Ophelia.
She kind of nods.
We don't have a lot of friends here, so it's nice to, see any kind, really. Kashif say anything, or either one of them?
No, she just kind of what's the word? Kind of acquiesces. Like she appreciates it, what you're saying, but almost like it's not a big deal. And she kind of holds what's his name? Kashif's arm in her arm and kind of strokes the top of his arm.
Is this as a storyteller question? Is this unusual for like kindred don't often have romantic-y type feelings, right? Or is it somewhat common?
There is that, like, romantic relationships between kindred they happen, but they're generally not public because of the way kindred are. So this kind of display, especially in the idea of fucking like two Primogen. Never mind the Banu Hakim just being new to the Camarilla, that is. It's rather odd. It's even more odd that he didn't mention this.
So just another quick question about going over the notes. In Samira's notes, it mentions that she's kind of our Primogen, but I don't know much about her.
Yep, that's on purpose.
Oh, okay.
Because if you actually read the wording,
okay.
and
Have I met her? Or
no?
Oh, okay. Probably just heard of her, maybe.
If that, yeah.
Okay.
There's somebody who has claimed the Primogenship, but obviously are not acknowledged as Primogen.
Gotcha. And neither is Kashif, but at least he's here.
Well, he's formally here as an ambassador, right?
Right. Interesting. Okay.
Oh yeah, you go ahead.
I don't know what an Arabic honorific is, but I'll use one. I'm assuming that Orion would have learned one.
Of course.
And ask him, is there anything you'd like me to do in response to this? Anything that you feel like I should aim my attentions to? Anything that we could gain from this? He says the last part kind of quieter.
Well, obviously, Ophelia can hear everything that you say.
For sure.
He kind of strokes his chin for a moment. Now that you mention it, And Ophelia kind of looks up at him. And then she looks over at you. Has Eden, do you know, given any further consideration to Kashif's request? And he's kind of like, man, I shouldn't bother him with that.
Is this about the letter that you received? Is that the request you're talking about?
No. Well, yes. Kashif needs the prince's help. He's been threatened for weeks, and now he's been assaulted.
You were assaulted?
He kind of, his eyes kind of, what's the word? Kind of jump over to Corliss for a moment, and then he kind of looks down. He lowers his voice. It's gotten worse since I've last spoken to her. I've been attacked in my own home during the daylight. The mortals knew when I'd be awake to pray. If they'd come for me in my sleep. Well, regardless, perhaps their master wished to send a message. They did not expect a god to protect me, but they've learned otherwise. Fortunately, the attackers did not kill my guards. They only knocked them unconscious.
Were you able to question any of them? Do you know who was behind it?
It's obvious who is behind it.
He looks over at Sturbridge and looks back kind of questioningly.
Of course.
Do you have evidence we could present of that, or just assumptions?
Unfortunately not. The guards did not make it. Or the attackers, rather. And Ophelia kind of pipes up. If Corliss does not do something about this, the prince will be very unhappy when she returns.
I'll ask Matthias about it. I obviously don't have her ear the way he does, but I can try.
I've heard that your coterie is working directly for her.
Yes, but again, she instructs him, he relays to us. This is one of the few times I've been in the same room with her.
I see. Well, when you have the opportunity, again, don't place yourself in jeopardy on my behalf. But if you have the opportunity, I would appreciate it. I've been looking at other avenues to deal with the situation.
You should probably sleep somewhere else until you are for sure that we know what, have stopped the source of the attacks.
Plans are in place already.
Good.
I've made arrangements for a temporary haven in Toronto. The Camarilla there have been quite welcoming.
So you will be leaving the city then?
If need be, yes.
Well, hopefully it doesn't come to that.
It's a short flight, so
Good
I can still
evening.
maintain my duties. Good evening.
How are we today?
Quite well.
Ophelia?
And she kind of smiles.
How have you been getting along?
Just the person that you were looking to speak to. She looks at, Christ. Orion.
Oh? Did I walk into a conversation about me?
We were just talking about you.
Oh, do tell.
You remember the other night when Kashif needed to speak with Eden?
When he barged into her office? Yes, I do.
Orion will smile.
Ophelia just looks up
Annoyed.
darkly. Like she snaps up.
And I'm watching her the whole time, and I just smirk at her.
Well, perhaps if it wasn't for your sire's inaction, Kashif here wouldn't have been attacked.
I'm sorry. If there was an
Yes, your sire's inaction.
Excuse me.
No, you will be excused. Remember who it is that you address. Whelp.
One who's fit in just perfectly fine. And very outgoing and forthcoming to assist, aren't you?
I tell you that your sire's inaction has caused a primogen to be attacked. And you speak down to me? Who do you think you are?
I'm not speaking down to you. I'm just noticing you're forthcoming
Then
to...
treat him with respect that he is due.
I was referring to you. I understand the respect that he has.
And Kashif just kind of pats her arm. Just calm down, it's okay. I won't allow you to be spoken about in this way. Especially not by any... She gives a dirty look towards Corlifts. By somebody who's barely capable of doing their job.
I'm quite good at my job, thank you. At least the Prince and Corliss think so.
So the incompetent thinks that the incompetent is good at doing their job. That speaks volumes for this court.
Please watch your tongue. She's still...
Excuse you?
Are you calling my sire incompetent?
Yes.
You are very brazen.
I have earned the right through the years. Before you were born, I was kindred.
I don't doubt that, and I'm not questioning that.
About the prince how I choose. Or she who would be prince.
And then you will accept the prince or she who would be prince and their outcome and their decision. Is that not how the Camarilla works?
You are sadly mistaken. The prince sits on the throne at the behest of the primogen, of which I am one. And you never will be.
I don't strive to be.
How small is Orion right now?
He's pretending to not exist at the moment.
Well, forgive my intrusion. Orion. Kashif, forgive me.
He nods, not dismissively, but like in acknowledgement, like, yeah, okay, we're cool.
Now just lock eyes on Ophelia and go.
You're gonna lock eyes with a Malkavian.
And just go, thank you for your time. And then bow.
Something about the world is wrong. Like something's happened. Like everything you know is wrong. For a moment.
I'll let it sink in and then bow and lower my head and walk away without saying a word.
As I was saying, Kashif, before the boar interrupted us, if Panhard were to return, you wouldn't have to leave. And Kashif just he takes a breath after this exchange with Matthias. Even though he doesn't need to breathe, he just kind of, well, and kind of smiles at you, Orion. Ophelia believes that nothing is amiss. That Prince Panhard is still here, watching us, waiting to see what we do. I hope that she's right.
I do too.
Have some faith, Kashif. There's nothing to be gained by jumping to conclusions.
Ophelia, I need to apologize for Matthias's behavior and his disrespect.
He will learn, or he will die. Such is the way of things. He's young yet.
Very. As am I. I appreciate your guidance.
She kind of smiles patiently, almost like a mother, but she looks far too young to be a mother. And Kashif just kind of scratches his head and smiles at her gently. So who do I tell otherwise until I have proof?
Have you talked to Key about
Yes,
it?
of course. I've spoken to Key a number of times. But he seems to have his hands full dealing with the Anarch issue. And now this. Which could be a cover-up for simply a cover-up for what happened to me.
True. It could be made to seem like, in the eyes of the council anyway, something much worse has happened so that they focus on it instead of you. Although, the Primogen in question doesn't seem to think that this whole situation is anything more than a waste of time.
Of course. I've seen entire cities razed to the ground while both mortals and kindred do nothing but posture and play games. Such things should be absurd. My experience tells me otherwise. This eternal struggle we weave is an elaborate game. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I thought things would be different here in the Americas. And things are different, don't misunderstand me. But the worst elements of our culture remain unchanged when one peers past the window dressing.
Let me Google something real quick. I forget the name of the thing I was about to ask about.
Hey, TM, I gotta get going right now.
Okay. We won't
Yeah.
be much longer.
Okay.
Have a good night,
I'm
Alex.
sorry. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Kashif, do you know anything about any local venture dealings with any of the Ashira back east?
No, but it doesn't surprise me. With the Gehenna War, it's left many opportunities to expand business dealings and what have you. Though I do find it rather surprising. Why, do you know of anything?
I have some information that I probably shouldn't share here. Do you think it would something that would be alarming or just interesting?
Interesting.
Okay. Perhaps we could meet after this before you leave, if you decide to leave.
Perhaps he looks down at Ophelia, and Ophelia's like, we've been here too long. We shouldn't remain in one place for very long. We could speak. Have you been invited to the Torador party?
No, I was not aware of a party.
Yes, what's her name has been floating. Alicia has been floating around inviting people to parties. There's some sort of gathering at a museum a couple days from now. Or a couple nights from now, rather. I'll let her invite you, but we can speak there.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
He nods.
We'll bow again and then either head back to the group or look for Alicia. But I'll let someone else have the spotlight if they have anybody they want to talk to.
No, and all about Junior's got real intention of doing is taking one of the extra drunkards to a side room to replenish a little bit of vitae.
Sure. By this time, the amount of conversations that have happened, by this time, the sheriff has gone through most of the guests. And people are starting to slowly make their way out. There's time for one more conversation, if somebody would like it.
I was just gonna think of if Miss Gray passes by. I just wanted to just see if she had a moment to say what she had to say from earlier. Nothing important. If it's, I don't know if it gets into something or not, but
No, it doesn't.
okay.
Unfortunately.
Okay. Then nothing on my end. We can.
Michael?
Through all of this, Quaid has been very quiet, and he's basically just kind of stood around holding a champagne flute
Okay.
and listening, drifting a bit hither and yon.
Yeah, there's not much to listen to overhear, as you know, they've played this game for a long time. The second somebody gets close, conversation either stops or goes to a near inaudible
Right.
din. But you do get the chance to observe who's talking to who and who's avoiding who,
Right.
which is pretty self-explanatory through the conversations that you've heard thus far.
And I move over to Bouchard.
All right. He's kind of got his back up to the wall. Quaid.
Monsieur Bouchard. Do you have a few minutes, Uncle?
Do let the lackey of Corliss know that my backing of her methods was not meant to be gauche. I just simply cannot stand Miss Grey. And hatred runs deep in one as old as I.
Quaid just nods. I saw.
So Key seems to be enjoying his little display, grandstanding in front of the Primogen Council as if any one of us couldn't wipe the floor with him single-handedly.
Quaid shrugs. He's doing his job, I suppose. I'm trying to learn what I can.
Hmm.
What's your opinion of? Do you have reason to think that the prince is still here and in hiding, or do you have any insight as to what might have happened with the prince? We're tasked to find her.
He lowers himself down to the table and kind of lifts off his mask and toys with it a bit. I hope to display some civility, but leave it to Alicia to attack me for being polite. My face is made for sewers. That and scaring the hell out of anyone who crosses me before I kill them. But my talents don't lend themselves to this high society nonsense.
Do you think the anarchs are behind this? It seems awfully convenient. I know you were there the other night, and I don't suppose you would have been. Ah,
Spit it out, boy.
is this whole thing just the seneschal making a bid for the princedom?
Taking advantage of the council to curry favor? Possibly. I think I will back Corliss as long as her demeanor suggests that she has my best interest at heart. What do you think of those two? He kind of nods towards Kashif and Ophelia. And asks, might a lunatic playing house together? I'm not a political animal, but even if I find that relationship intriguing, did you know that they're sleeping together?
No.
Not in a carnal sense. At least I don't think so. But it's unusual nonetheless.
It's still a degree of closeness and trust, I suppose.
Odd, no?
Odd, yes.
But what do you think of it?
She was awfully quick to take the front of the line with the sheriff. I don't know what she's manipulating toward.
So you think that she's using him?
She's kindred. We all use everyone around us to one degree or another. I'm ignorant. And it's my first exposure to her. I have no.
Well, may it be your last. Relationships are politics. Volatile politics. I stay away from such things whenever possible. But it's imperative to know what's going on around you.
I'm watching and listening and trying to gather puzzle pieces.
It's fine to say that it's none of your business, it's their business and nothing for us to be concerned with. But if a lover's quarrel were to tear this meeting room apart, you'd be best to know if it was coming.
Sure.
Keeping tabs on these things is important. That's free advice. I don't give much of that out these days.
Quaid nods.
That woman is mad as the sun is deadly. And Panhard's good friend Kashif will be in for a surprise of his life when she finally turns on him. She's a strange one. Watching her work a room from afar makes it blatantly obvious that she doesn't believe a word anyone else says. And he kind of taps his lips. It's all behind the smile. You could tell her that fire is bad for her health, and she'd respond by waxing philosophical about the regenerative properties of the flames. Just make it up on the spot. And you'd swear that she believes every word of what she's saying.
Is he speaking of Ophelia here or Corliss?
Ophelia, you think?
Ophelia. Okay.
You think?
Okay. How can I aid you?
Keep your eyes open.
Of course.
Keep an eye on the clansmate within your coterie. The Banu Hakim are new to the Camarilla, but that doesn't mean they're ignorant as to how we function. Well, I'm afraid I must say good evening to you. Our puffed-up sheriff is gesturing towards me.
Thank you for your time and your insight.
And he kind of groans as he stands, adjusts his mask back on his face. Oh. And, Matthias.
Yes.
I forgot. Now that you're standing here, pretty much by yourself, Alicia's eyes meet yours for a second. And who is with you at this point in time? Junior's off feeding. Quaid is probably still talking to Bouchard at this point.
So Ryan's still with Kashif? Then if so, I'm by myself. Just my own.
Ryan is probably making his way back at this point.
Then I'd be by myself, just in the corner sipping my flute.
Alicia sachets her way over because she doesn't walk anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Your group has been quite the social butterflies tonight.
Well,
And Trent, you can interrupt whenever you like.
in order to grow proper, you got to learn from the best, and we're in all this presence.
A man after my own heart. And she kind of plays with her necklace along the plunging neckline of her dress.
And
Obviously, you do your best to ignore it.
Mm-hmm. And how may I help you today?
I want to invite you to my latest exhibit tomorrow evening.
Oh,
Your entire coterie, well, that one needs to be dressed up.
who's she referring to?
Obviously, Quaid.
Quaid. I'll see to it. Vivian will take care of him. She's got quite an eye for fashion.
That's a good one, that one. But I know there's a distinct lack of notice. But what is art if not spontaneity? Besides, I think we've all had our fill of dreary topics, anarchs, petty squabbles, crucifixion, blah, blah, blah. Anyone is going to be there.
Well, then I'm honored that you were dared to invite myself and my coterie. For as everyone here knows, we are but mere children compared to all of you.
She kind of smiles as if she knew you were going to say yes. And starts floating away to talk to somebody else.
Until then.
Orion will show up right as she's about to leave.
But she doesn't stop. It's just she just keeps going.
Orion,
Matthias.
we've been invited to a gallery open tomorrow evening. The entire coterie.
Good. I was hoping we would get an invite to that.
I do want to apologize. I wanted to weigh Ophelia because, well, we'll talk about it more private. This isn't the place.
You know what? The meeting's pretty much at an end.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's say, because it's getting late,
Yeah.
that people start leaving.
I'm good.
I'd figure we'd be the last one of the last ones to leave as.
Yeah, the Primogen Council, like as soon as he gives the okay,
They're all just
pretty
shuffle
much all take one elevator down.
Mm-hmm.
Like they get the fuck out of there. Like a better shit to do.
Yeah.
Orion's gonna keep his eyes on if there's any leftovers among the party goers. Try to grab one before they leave.
No one, like the only leftover is the Tremere and the Torador, who are both refused to take the elevator with their respective enemies.
Oh,
And
sorry, I
then
meant
the
the leftovers of
the blood bags.
of the food.
Oh,
option.
okay, yeah. There's a couple people left over.
Okay, cool. He'll just grab. He'll want to grab one before he leaves, but he'll talk to Matthias real quick.
I
I
just
wanted to give, before we call it a night, I just wanted to give you guys a chance to talk amongst each other.
yeah, I just wanted to grab a flute and another flute, and I'm assuming I don't know if does Junior return and
Yeah, I Junior would return.
Do you want to talk here, or do you want to go to the bar?
I'd rather not talk here.
yes, let's
Let me grab a quick bite, and then we can go to the bar.
sure have your fill. I'll enjoy the flute while he feeds. I see you're well satiated, Junior.
Let's have a sip down to one. He doesn't want to kill anyone.
Fair enough.
And then we'll wrap up and go back to the bar.
By the time you get back, the bar's closed.
Just head downstairs and unwind. And once we know like everything's secured and locked up, I'll just sit down and go,
Yeah.
"Oh, wasn't that interesting?"
Mm-hmm.
I am fucking exhausted by that.
Politics.
I don't like how short that meeting was on the onset.
No,
I thought they were going to have a lot more questions for us.
I thought they were going to question us.
Exactly. Seems to be a bit too quick to start blaming the anarchs.
To blame the anarchs, to blame the inside, to blame the newcomers. Everyone has
The
their
easy
opinion.
targets.
Mm-hmm. I will say, and this is out of my own eyes and my gut feeling, Orion. Your mentor, your
So
kin?
respectful. He's like a respectful dog. Look at him.
He's a respectful dog. No, just kidding.
I'm not sure what to call him. He's the closest thing I have to a mentor. My sire's not in this city that I know of.
Forgive my opinion, but I believe Ophelia is playing him for a fiddle. And she is dangerous. Nothing good about her. And I say that with respect to you, as you respect him.
I do.
He needs to be careful with her.
I mean, there's nothing I can tell him he doesn't already know.
I understand.
But when you're in a position like us, where there's so few of us and we have such little power, if one of the power players wants to play you with a fiddle, at least you're not in a storage room or broken somewhere.
Let's make sure. Let's make sure. Am I hearing double? Sorry.
No, it shouldn't be.
I did too for a second.
Okay.
But it stopped now.
Just, I know where place is not in the table with them, clearly. But be careful whom you align with, because I don't know how well liked she or they are. Not they as in him, but her kind.
The Malkavians in general?
Well, we all know they're bad shit.
I mean, or are they the sane ones and we're all crazy?
There is that fine line where it's up in the air. But I wanted to feel her out. And I have a ugly way of doing it, but it gets people to expose themselves a bit.
Just be careful. Your methods are gonna put crosshairs on you.
There are already crosshairs on me for who my sire is, where I work. My name alone is a crosshair. So,
Well,
it is.
we have a number of threats to worry about, I'm sad to say.
It is a dangerous game. And we are merely pawns of pawns.
If Kashif and Ophelia are correct, and he's being targeted by the Tremere, he might be leaving town to seek refuge in another city. If that happens, and I'm one of the few remaining Banu Hakim officially recognized by the court, they might turn to me next.
Well, we will keep a close eye on that, and I know everyone here will do their damnedest to make sure you aren't hurt.
I appreciate that. I don't want any of you guys getting hurt just because of my bloodline.
And apparently I don't want to do the same because of my mouth.
Hmm. I think the general rule is just don't get caught and everything's fine.
I agreed.
Such a weird thing that your clan, it's not like you chose who you were born to. And everyone treats it like it's your identity. I don't know. It's odd.
Oh, there's a
I
bit of a
understand.
calling in the blood, and I think that's part of it.
It is a calling, and it is a way of upbringing, as we all have had different ways up until this point. And now we must grow together.
I know.
Many
I
old
haven't been a vamp.
hatreds. Many old hatreds were on display tonight.
Many.
And
I just.
they don't seem necessarily rational, but
yeah.
they're very real nonetheless.
I feel like I'm standing in a wave of hatred that goes back hundreds of years, and I'm like, I didn't do any of that.
But we are quick to
But
blame
it
as.
doesn't matter.
Yep.
Some of it's in the blood, I think.
And some of it's just old hatred they cannot get rid of.
Part of me wanted to walk up to Sturbridge and just see how she reacted.
She is an interesting one. I don't know much, but
I know that she could probably kill me with her brain if she wanted to.
They could all kill us.
Yeah.
what are your thoughts of all of that circus? Who do you really think is to blame?
For what? For Vivian or for the prince or?
For Vivian to start, and then the prince, if well,
Corliss is too easy of a target. And she hasn't just started doing this. She's been making this power play for a while, so somebody wants to get rid of her by having Vivian remember her on her awakening.
Yeah.
That's what I think. It's too easy for her.
Except that if her memories are, if her memories have been fuddled with, which is an if, she could just be lying.
she's a very good liar. As
Only
You'd
certain
absolutely be
clans,
thinking that.
only certain clans have that ability.
she's also a politician. She's been doing it for hundreds of years. She is
Yeah.
the one who's basically single-handedly had a finger in every single political pie in this city and state.
But I mean, it's one thing to play politics. It's another to leave yourself completely exposed, like to torpor yourself. I lean away from thinking that she did it to herself as part of a play. To put yourself in that kind of risk at her age, knowing whoever might find you and just decide to cut your head off, like, that's a massive fucking risk.
Yeah.
Oh, when you get old and you get bored, you start taking more risks.
What I find interesting
She
is
just,
Jordan is not, dare I say, not that gifted. She,
what do you mean? Gifted enough for what?
as she calls herself a seer, but she doesn't have many intuitions,
I mean,
and those that she's had, a good chunk haven't come true. So magically, this was.
Yeah, but the Malks have that reputation for a reason. They occasionally do have
Yeah.
visions like this that do come true.
yeah.
Again, she could be playing a role or she could be telling the truth.
Um,
I think the heart of the issue, we need to come back around to the prince.
mhm.
One, has the prince been killed or kidnapped, taken? 2, has the prince gone to join the Gehenna War? 3, is the prince, for her own reasons, in hiding somewhere and observing what goes on here to see who remains loyal and who's making what power plays?
Do you really believe that?
I don't know if she's in hiding for that or if she's in hiding because she saw something or knows something's here. And
She might be in hiding because she knows there's a plot and she found herself at a disadvantage and she took herself off the board.
yep,
But
that's a long play and a smart play to do.
the coincidence of everything is just the timing is uncanny.
Well, somebody's manipulating the timing.
Mhm.
I think Corliss absolutely has ambitions toward the princedom, but that doesn't necessarily follow that she did something to do away with the existing prince. Although it could be the power play with the Tremere and the Banu Hakim. She could be partnered up with somebody involving there.
There are things missing for indeed.
Vivian mentioned something tonight, our Vivian, about the chat she had with Sturbridge that stuck out to me. We knew up to this point that the prince had chosen not to call a blood hunt on Ward, and that Corliss doing so was seen as a surprise and something that would anger the Primogen Council because they knew the prince was against it. But she mentioned tonight that the prince and Ward had a relationship. I'm curious what that means. If it's just they were friends, were they more than friends?
Friends, lovers, business relationship.
My understanding
know.
is that was supposed to be kept quiet.
Oh, I think
it's supposed to
that's
be kept
one to
quiet.
keep. I think that's one to be kept real damn quiet.
Oh, absolutely.
In all,
That's why I'm not mentioning it until we're back here. But
That could be explosive.
in all of this, I think our next move, honestly, is to try to speak to Ward. There's a reason why he didn't kill me. There's a reason he knows your name as he looks at Quaid.
He told me it didn't have to be this way. And I don't know what he meant by that.
And
But I know this also.
when did he say
I
that?
think I should. When I had a shotgun on him, before he took it away and beat my head with it.
So he knew your name and said, doesn't have to be this way. And
And then again, he doesn't attack you
he
in a permanent way. He takes you off the board and, brushes you off.
just to get away with his target.
But, it could have just as easily been a shotgun blast to the head. And at that range, that might have been rather inconvenient.
I wouldn't be here if he really wanted it to be. If he wished it so. Which is why, I believe, why the sheriff came here to question us in the first place.
Well, speaking of the sheriff, I've only seen Ward twice, and both times were at his beckoning or his orders.
As one
But
generally...
I find myself under suspicion for being seen with him twice. I'm not terribly eager to have another discussion with Mr. Ward in the near future. And I think that you should understand that there might be some risk of perception
I agreed.
if you reach out to him in some way.
That's something I was about to bring up, is that if we reach out to a known enemy of the court right after being questioned if we have connections to him.
I agree.
Yeah, that would like be the height of unwise.
I agree. I'm not saying we do it tomorrow, but at some point I would love to bend his ear, or get at least someone with better answers than what we've received.
All right, I'm gonna bounce, guys. I'll catch you guys next week.
Yeah,
I gotta get up
that's
in like 5 hours.
Yeah, well,
Good place to end, I think.
Troy, I'll hit you up with the Q&A stuff later this week.
Okay.
Enjoyed it, guys.
All right, awesome.
Yeah.
Session. Thanks again.
Thanks
Troy.
everybody.
I guess
Good night.
let me wrap up the stream real quick, or is there something else you want to add, Troy?
No, we're good.
Okay, give me 1 second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you
We didn't really get to have our normal recap,
hanging out,
unfortunately.
but
Yeah, well.
we're gonna end it there. It's gotten late, and
I mean, it happens.
we'll go from there. So appreciate you all. See you next week, and take care of yourself.